Plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
Without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 This is extremely dangerous.
Say it with feeling, damn it. You're not even good actors anymore. Say it with feeling.
Dangerous to our democracy.
Oh my God, I have to watch it again.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities,
The El Paso, Las Cruces communities.
Eastern Iowa communities.
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS4 News produces.
But
We are concerned about troubling irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country. Plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
It's like watching the Matrix speak. It's like the Matrix. They're like from the Matrix. And they've been programmed by Agent Smith to just say the same thing. The exact same thing. Verbatim in a script like a computer. They're just cogs in the Matrix running some Republican right-wing fascist script. It's just insane. It's just... This is one of the more surreal things I've ever seen on the fucking internet. Hands down. No problem. Nothing. Nothing. I like this guy. He blew my mind. I've never genuinely had a YouTuber blow my mind before. This is the first time I've ever had a YouTuber blow my mind. This blew my mind. It's still blowing my mind. I think I just kind of had a religious experience. This is like the Matrix speaking to us, dude. It's Agent Smith running the Republican Party. It's insane. It's Agent Smith running the Republican Party. It's a script.
And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
He says this is extremely dangerous to our democracy, guys. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to my penis.
This is extremely dangerous.
This is extremely dangerous to my penis. Republicans are extremely dangerous to my penis.
To our democracy.
Republicans are extremely dangerous to my penis. 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 Republicans are extremely dangerous to our penis. Republicans are extremely dangerous to our penis. Republicans are extremely dangerous to my penis. Republicans are extremely dangerous to my penis.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities,
The El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities.
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
It kind of just fractures my sanity's butthole to say this. As this video fractured my sanity's butthole. Fractured my sanity's butthole. Exactly is this video fiction? This is the closest thing I've ever seen to proof of the Matrix. You know what I said in my text message? I just sent this to like 6 people. Send this to my best friend even. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. No, stop. I want to send this. I'm gonna send this.
But we are concerned about irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these
without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to my democracy. This is extremely dangerous to my democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our 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 democracy. Exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Okay, now that I broke my mind again, and I've opened the doors of perception and I can't get them shut, and now I'm fucked for free, I'm just gonna return to my sanity now. And we're just going to ignore proof of the Matrix and proof of God and proof of this is all just some cruel joke and proof that these people have broken and are now enacting the Matrix live and in real time. And I'm just going to return to what I was doing, and I'm going to forget that even occurred. And I did send it to 7 people, and don't.
Claire, that's the name of like the broadcasting group or whatever, and it's a far right.
I just don't.
Group. That's how Republicans have gone about kind of controlling everything, controlling the media, getting down to a local level. Anyway, this is just delusion. Most local media have been bought by the Source family? No, it is literally the exact opposite. It is not. Dude, USAID was throwing money at the mainstream media. No? Where did you get that? You just like make that up? This is what it seems like to me. This is what's happening right here. Works cited, crack pipe. Was gonna say wait until they find the money trail that leads there. You know it exists. Okay? Well, I don't know. Maybe you're new to this process, but the process of closing down a U.S. agency is to find the money trail and then close it down. And that's Congress's job. Not yours, not Elon's, not Trump's, Congress's. To win over Democrat voters at this point, they should be connected to the unlawful corruption of their leaders. They're trying to do so with Trump, but fail because the law is on Trump's side. Again, what are you smoking? The law is on Trump's side? Who told you that? It is explicitly not on Trump's side. It is the exact opposite of on Trump's side. I'm just going to keep this image open moving forward. Everyone else in the media saying otherwise is paid off or was by U.S. aid. Oh my God. Through shame, their currency, they might budge. It is just complete and total, unadulterated delusion all the way down. The silence is deafening. The media and Republicans are every bit as dirty as the Democrats. I'm sure they're all scheming in private right now how to stop this. The Kennedys went against the establishment too. I hope precautions are being taken seriously. Lol, libs are injecting hopium, thinking they can have Elon arrested for this. Okay, so arrest him. The grift is already exposed and dead, and Trump can pardon him. This feels like a pretty clear indication that they know that what Elon is doing is illegal, that it's worthy of a pardon, that it's possible to arrest him, but they know that he's not going to face consequences for what he's doing wrong. This is how dictatorships start, by the way, if you didn't know, if you were unfamiliar with this. We're watching it. We're watching it unfold right now. This is exactly how Hitler took power, Mussolini took power, and all of the other dictators in history. This is how it happened. Whip people into a blood frenzy over complete nonsense and get them tired of, quote unquote, nothing happening, i.e., the slow process of democracy. Get them excited for some crazy shit to go down. Perceived wrongs have always been the excuse. Been saying this for years. Many mainstream media shows and channels got less viewers than your average fishing channel on YouTube. They can't make enough to keep the lights on, so where's the money coming from? It's all CIA front, so of course they won't talk about it. The CIA front stuff, again, this is Elon Musk doing this. Works cited, crack pipe. US aid is not a CIA front. It's not like a mafia front. They didn't like produce biolabs or any of that shit. Like, what are you smoking? Really? Is this it? Is this what you're smoking? It's all fictitious garbage. All the way down. Look at this. Here's another r/conservative post. Why is Reddit losing it? We didn't do this shit when Biden was president. We didn't brigade. We didn't call for murder. We didn't riot or protest in the streets. You didn't? News to me. 4,000 upvotes on this. You really don't remember, like 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump pardoning like 1,500 people for violently committing an insurrection on the U.S. government? You don't remember that? Was that like memory holes? What's going on? And they absolutely did. I don't know. Honestly, like, I'm not even just talking about January 6th. I don't know where they're getting this, that they didn't do this stuff. Yes, they did. Democrats aren't doing anywhere near a fraction of what the right did when Trump lost. For those curious, oh yeah, and by the way, they're not comparable anyway. Biden won. We are accepting that Trump won. We're just disturbed and disgusted by what he's doing now that he's in. Oh, the Federalist just dropped an article explaining everything for those curious. Okay, in Trump's second term, Reddit takes a turn toward violent extremism. These people honestly need help. They honestly need help. r/conservative. What is going on? What is happening? Well, some people protested in January, lol. It's funny because it's true. There was a lot more protests than January, but okay. I was about to say, I'm as conservative as they come, but there was a pretty notable protest in January of 21 that probably shouldn't be ignored for this conversation. Than January, but okay. I was about to say, I'm as conservative as they come, but there was a pretty notable protest in January of 21 that probably shouldn't be ignored for this conversation. It's amazing to me how simply acknowledging the travesty that was J6 makes some people on this sub question your conservatism and or call you a fake flare. History is history. Don't we want truth and facts?
It broke down to a Reddit flame war so quickly, but there was a really good, there was a really good message, and he changed me. That video changed me.
Gil, welcome. Great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So before we jump in, I just want to do a plug for your Substack. It's called the Nerd Reich, newly actually renamed the Nerd Reich, which I think is a great title for it. And people, please subscribe and support the work that Gil is doing, because as I just said in your introduction, I think you have done a better job than I've seen of anyone, really distilling what the ideology is, really distilling what the plan is, and I think that is so important as we all try to digest this.
Thank you, Secular Talk, for the excellent content from your stream. I'd like to sub to your channel, and I already thanked the last guy. Yeah, so we're good.
Gil,
wait, go back. Wait, go back. There was something I wanted to see there. Yeah, is that good? Okay. Smite 2, mass layoffs, no pro league, and bleeding players. Duke Sloth. Okay, we're going to queue you two. Yeah, pull this. Yeah, go bigger. And Dark Gothic Maga, how tech billionaires showing the crazy you said. Okay. Lots of stuff. So, okay, and yeah, but you kind of like hijacked me here. What else? Let's go back. Now I got disconnected because the server restarted. That was the one we were doing.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So before we jump in, I just want to do a plug for your Substack. It's called the Nerd Reich, newly actually renamed the Nerd Reich, which I think is a great title for it. And people, please subscribe and support the work that Gil is doing, because as I just said in your introduction,
they patched.
I think you have done a better job than I've seen of anyone, really distilling what the ideology is, really distilling what the plan is. And I think that is so important as we all try to digest this just massive influx of news that we are all trying to, make heads or tails of. So before we get into Elon Musk specific, can you just give people a little bit who you are, where you came from, how you, ended up on this particular beat of like Silicon Valley oligarchs?
Sure. Well, I started my career as a journalist. The first major newspaper I worked for was the San Jose Mercury News. Back in the dot-com boom, in 1998 I started. After a few years, newspapers were going sour, so I ended up working in politics for a long time, for about 17 years. I was a spokesman and communications director for people like Governor Jerry Brown, Senator Dianne Feinstein, Kamala Harris when she was Attorney General. And then in 2018, I returned to journalism as editorial page editor of the Sacramento Bee, and later editorial page editor of the San Francisco Examiner.
If you're that fucking professional, you should get a good mic, you idiot.
And for the past 2 years, I've been freelance, sort of combining my political knowledge with my journalism skills to write a couple of newsletters on the Ghost platform. Actually, I left Substack last year. Ghost is a nonprofit that I used. And that's sort of where I am now, is sort of freelancing. And I started writing this story about tech and the ideology because I felt there was a story not being told, and I wasn't sure why no one was telling it for the most part. There were a few reporters who delved into it. And so I started telling it myself, and here we are.
So, Gil, my first question to start to unpack all of this is just the very basic, like, what is Elon Musk's ideology, and what does he actually want? Like, what is the end game here? What is he trying to accomplish as he unleashes his Doge apparatchiks in this, attempted coup?
Well, people often make the mistake of thinking this is just about money and tax breaks and fewer regulations. But Elon Musk already has more money than anyone else in the world. Elon Musk already breaks laws and rules and regulations on a regular basis with no consequence. So this is about something far, far bigger than that. This is about power and who gets to wield power in the 21st century. There's a new extreme ideology that has taken root in certain quarters of Silicon Valley, not in all tech, but in a pretty significantly impactful portion of tech. And it sees that the 21st century is a power vacuum, and it proposes to fill that power vacuum with a new system of governance by tech corporations and the people who control those corporations. And that's very much what this is about, that we're seeing today. It's about who controls the 21st century, who has power. And it's also about the idea of upending nation states, countries like the United States no longer being important in the world, and instead having different patchworks of territories, some call them network states, that will be ruled like corporate fiefdoms by some of these tech billionaires.
So talk about what I will describe as Elon Musk's ideological daddy, also J.D. Vance's ideological daddy. Steve Bannon has talked about this guy glowingly. Talk about Curtis Yarvin, who's like the main guy behind all of this ideologically and philosophically, and what his grand vision is.
Well, Curtis Yarvin is a computer programmer from San Francisco who, back in the early 2000s, used to write an online blog as a guy named Mencius Moldbug. That was his moniker. And he has all of these kind of convoluted, confusing, and cherry-picked theories about the need to replace democracy with corporate-ruled monarchies. He used to really refer to it as monarchy and the need to return to monarchism and basically systems of kings. He seems to have upgraded his language to be more framed as a corporate takeover. And his theory is that democracy has failed, And what we need is to run governments in the world like a corporation with CEO dictators who are empowered to have absolute control over the lives of their citizens, and that's just the way things should run. And he's written these ideas out. Now he has a Substack called Gray Mirror, where he regularly writes these long essays about overthrowing the current system of governance and instituting this sort of tech authoritarianism, I think it's fair to call it. In one essay from, I think, 2008, he talks about turning San Francisco into a territory called Frisk Court, where you have to swipe in and swipe out with a card, and everything you do, everything you look at, everything is captured on a total surveillance system that ensures the safety of every citizen. So basically reinventing Orwell's Big Brother. Curtis Yarvin seems to think he's really brilliant. I think most people with knowledge of politics and history don't see that at all. They see a guy who's really misreading a lot of things to fit his own crazy theories. Unfortunately, people like Peter Thiel do consider him very important. Mark Andreessen, as you mentioned, Bannon and others. And so right now what we're kind of seeing is his theories being put into practice, although you don't really see that or hear that in any of the coverage of it. And so basically what you have is a guy who was a blogging troll in the 2000s become a major political philosopher for some of the richest men in the world, who are now wielding power within the Trump administration.
Yeah, we should just point out that, to your point, these people now have political power. This isn't theoretical anymore. I mean, you mentioned a couple of billionaires there, Mark Andreessen, Peter Thiel. These are all people who were just recently on the #1 podcast in the world, the Joe Rogan Experience, where Joe Rogan sat there and nodded along in agreement to them for 3 hours straight.
Right.
As they lied about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the National Labor Relations Board. So this is, they have political power, and they also have cultural sway based on massive outflow of misinformation that they're putting out there on a regular basis.
So when I read Curtis Yarvin's the book The Dark Enlightenment, and I was really starting to dig into these characters as Elon Musk became increasingly influential in the Trump campaign and funneling, an insane amount of money, $250 million, probably more, into the Trump campaign. I was really thinking that the model he had in mind was Trump as the sort of CEO dictator. But it seems now that actually it's Elon who is put into that role. And Trump is the secondary, sort of almost like ceremonial position of more like the chairman of the board. Talk about the political and power dynamic between those two.
Well, in 2022, Yarvin wrote an essay called The Butterfly Revolution, in which he outlined the idea for, instead of Trump in a second administration being at the center of everything, Trump would more act as chairman of the board, and he would install a sort of CEO figure to basically be the dictator of the federal bureaucracy and to start breaking rules, purging the bureaucracy, which is a long-time idea of Yarvin's. He calls it RAGE, retire all government employees. We see that being carried out in DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, which I prefer to call destruction of government by Elon, because that's exactly what it is. Mm-hmm. Then after purging the bureaucracy, you bring in this loyalist army of people to run government with no concern for loyalty to democracy or the Constitution of the law, but instead loyalty to the dictator who runs the government now. And then you start systematically dismantling democratic institutions, making sure they can no longer function, they no longer exist. You defy the courts, you defy Congress, you push everything to the brink and see who really does anything about it. Is there any consequence for deciding that Congress doesn't matter anymore? Is there any consequence for deciding that you don't have to follow the laws, especially when you have a president who will just pardon you? And then after that, you start seizing media control, academic control, and sort of reformatting everything so that the main message getting out to people is pro-authoritarian regime, pro-dictatorship, and it's very hard to get any competing message out. We're not quite at that stage yet. We do see some weird stuff happening, the way the Washington Post and the LA Times have owners now who have become sort of pro-MAGA, or at least kowtowing to MAGA. Mm-hmm. And I think you expect to see more of that pressure applied to both journalism and to academia and other institutions. The idea being that we can have nobody publicly challenge this. People have to act like it's normal and go along with it, and that'll give it the best chance of success.
Well, and we've seen some of that already. I mean, the FCC is going after NPR and PBS. They required the transcript to be released of that Kamala Harris interview. Trump himself has been suing various media organizations, and then in several instances, those media organizations, rather than fight, would have likely been winning battles in court, because of course very hard to prove, defamation. There's all kinds of First Amendment protections. Instead, they've just effectively bent the knee, issued what amounts to a bribe to Trump, in the hopes that they can, get their mergers through and go along to get along and not attract his scrutiny or have their executives investigated and potentially jailed.
Yeah, they're self-censoring. It's authoritarianism through fear is what we're witnessing. You pointed out with CBS, they paid him $50 million in the hopes of saying, hey, we're cool. You saw Mark Zuckerberg do that with a $25 million bribe for temporarily banning him for January 6th, which of course was perfectly reasonable. You see it there legally going after PBS, NPR, and you also see it with just Elon taking over Twitter. It was a $44 billion investment. He massively overpaid, but he knew he was overpaying because the whole idea was to control the flow of information.
Yeah.
And so, what we're witnessing is they're already in the stages of the media takeover. And even those outlets that have semi-kowtow to Trump, right? Like the LA Times, for example, or the New York Times, they're not spared from his ire. He still goes after them because it's never enough unless you're a complete and total cheerleader. Is that what you see, Gil?
Definitely. I see people who are not familiar with how authoritarianism works. You can't negotiate with these people. You can't bow down enough. Any attempt to both bow down and still pose a challenge will be met with further pressure and attacks. So the only way through this is to immediately start to fight back and be resistant to the normalization of this kind of stuff. And it's been very, very disappointing to see so many media outlets fall short and try to find some mythical middle ground that does not exist. To be in the middle ground with these people, you have to be so far to the right that you have effectively abandoned all neutrality and objectivity. And I think there are a bunch of low IQ cowards running a lot of our media institutions today. And I think if this country loses its democracy, it will be largely due to the failure of journalism to do its job. And I say this as someone who wanted to be a journalist since the 5th grade, and who now wonders if the term journalist won't make people think very low of me, that I'm cowardly or else stupid. So, I think that's been a big part of it. There has been no effective pushback. Part of that has been not telling people what's actually going on. That these people have been talking about this for a long time. It's not chaos. It's systematic. There's a plan. I've compared this to, it's like trying to tell the story of 9/11 without mentioning Al-Qaeda. This wasn't just a bunch of random people who decided to do the same thing at the same time. There's a much deeper idea here. And it's not just the tech guys. We're seeing the right-wing religious establishment as a part of this, the Heritage Foundation. There's a real sort of convening of these right-wing powers that want to remake the world. And they have found common ground, and we're watching them do that. The idea for purging the government appears in Yarbin, back in 2012. Well, it's also in Project 2025 spelled out.
That's right.
And they denied all this and were able to get away with it. And now we're living through it. This has been a massive failure of journalism in the way that their intelligence agencies failed around 9/11. And it's just amazing that they won't talk about it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the New York Times headlines right now, and here we sit, we know they've taken control of the Treasury payment system. We know that they have illegally and unconstitutionally are disbanding all of USAID. We know they've infiltrated NOAA, which deals with weather and hurricane tracking. We know they've infiltrated the center that deals with Medicare and Medicaid payments. Brazenly illegal, unconstitutional action after action as part of a true revolutionary attempted coup. And the revolutionary part, those are Elon's words himself. So you don't even have to speculate or editorialize. You can use his own language about what he's trying to accomplish here. And I'm looking at these headlines from the New York Times. This is on Thursday that we're recording this. Federal workers face deadline to take resignation offer. The Trump administration's major moves so far. DEI skeptics include some on the left.
Just normalization. All this is just normalization.
How are you helping people to make, they're not helping people to make sense of what they see unfolding before them. And so it just feels like normal partisan battle, Trump's making some big moves and he's really shaking things up. If anything, it makes him sound like he's just this bold, courageous leader. Like he wants himself to appear. It really is making me insane. It's part of why I was, really so heartened to at least see your piece. And I do think that there is an organic understanding that exists out there too among a lot of liberals and the Democratic base of just how extraordinary this is and the stakes. I mean, the whole thing is at stake right now. The whole country is at stake right now. We're living through it.
Yeah, nobody's really telling people that in that way, including, unfortunately, for the most part, the Democratic Party.
That's right.
Kind of operating principle seems to be, well, we're just going to let them do as much as they can and not resist. It's just the wrong time to stand up. And then they'll become so unpopular that everyone will vote for us. And I don't think it's going to work that way. I don't think that the Democratic Party understands fully what's going on here, or else, like a lot of other people, they're just too scared to say it. But we do, fortunately, start to see some people standing up, calling out Musk by name, protesting. You've got Ro Khanna now, who sort of tends to play both sides now in a real fight with Musk. And I think that's what we need to do. This isn't the usual thing where some pollster can tell you what the future is. No pollster told us this would be happening right now in the way it is. So the pollsters are flying blind, and we've got to stand up, take examples from history of how people oppose these kinds of regimes. And the fight started 3 weeks ago. Started before that, really, but...
I think they're treading water now. I'm going to move on. I don't think this is going anywhere past what they said, and I didn't really learn much. Not like the last guy.
Third wave of...
Thank you, Duke Sloth. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Ahoy! A third wave of bans related to the character transfers was lifted, but things did not go as announced or as planned, and you should probably care about this no matter if you think these people should be banned or shouldn't be banned, because odds are it very likely affects you as well. So, first we have the official statement from New World Game Status. They said that temporary suspensions related to the world transfers have been lifted, and based on the outcome of further investigations, some suspensions have been made permanent. These suspensions apply to those who took part in activities that demonstrate clear intent to exploit in order to gain advantage and disrupt world economies. That is partially true, but also partially not the case. They apologize for taking so long, and then they say that if you've been locked in between January 21st and February 3rd, you will get some token of appreciation. This should include, based on the timeline, the people that were actually banned as well. The items that you're getting is 1 box of warding, 2 combat boxes, 1 premium food chest, 1 elite combat box, and 15,000 faction tokens. This is just season pass track stuff that's not really very useful. It's just a few consumables and whatnot, so nothing major you're getting here, and this can be claimed on February 18. What's much more important, though, are the things that didn't happen. One of the really important statements about all of this was items and coin traded between players or put into company balances by those who took part in the unintended transfers were removed. That is not true. There is a portion of items and of gold that has been removed, primarily the ones that are easily trackable. We're talking about items that are very expensive, like prismatics, for example, or trades that are above a certain threshold, whatever this threshold may be. I don't know, I can't tell you for sure what it is, but certain degrees of trade would get your trade reverted and potentially also removed. I can with 100% certainty tell you that that's not the case for everything. It seems that smaller sums of gold as well as lower tier resources are just not detected in these reverts. For example, there are cases of people being able to bring Asmodium or Orichalcum to the PvP servers, and that hasn't been sent back. There are cases of small amounts of gold not being sent back. And we have no idea how deep this goes, because really we won't find out about everything and everyone and what exactly they did. But I know the PvP servers are old enough that this resource advantage is not going to be super significant in most cases, because you're not primarily after Asmodium on the new PvP servers in the first place. But still, I think it's very relevant when one of their primary goals would have been to revert these item and gold transfers, that didn't happen in accordance with what they were saying. If you appreciate this information so far, consider subscribing and clicking the bell, and if you'd like to support me further, you can do so on Patreon. On the other hand, there are also players that have been unbanned, who moved to other servers and were sent back, who lost the entire gold that they traded or sent somewhere else while they were on the other server. Not entirely clear how far this is intentional or not. I mean, the statement makes it sound like it's at least partially intentional, but I'm not sure if this happened for everyone. This is obviously very upsetting for those players, but in that case, I gotta say, I think that was a risk they were knowingly taken. So I can't feel too bad, especially when you consider that that goal is probably going to be fairly useless on most legacy servers anyways. The overall situation of how the bans were handled, however, is a very different deal. There were 3 phases of people being unbanned. As far as I can tell, the concept of how it was meant to be was roughly this. The first wave was mainly people who just transferred a character without doing any form of trades or anything, just moved the character over and kind of left it there. The second phase were people that did transfer a character and maybe traded small amounts, bought something on the trading post, sent something to somebody else, but nothing crazy, no major impact on the economy. And then in the third phase, they kind of weighed the options for the more egregious transfers. I don't know. It seemed that that was when they were looking at people who did larger trades that weren't previously unbanned and kind of assessing which one of those should be banned or which one shouldn't. I want to be fully clear at this point. There are some sources here that I can't verify to the same degree as others because this is a field where people like to troll as well. There are multiple claims of people who traded significant amounts of gold on other servers, even on PvP servers, or did similar things like buying territories that got unbanned. This is a claim I cannot verify. On the other hand, I have some very, very reliable sources who told me about what they did and how they got banned. And they got involved with the trade. What they specifically did was they moved characters from the legacy servers onto the fresh servers. Not onto the PvP servers, onto the fresh servers, saying my character is dead on legacy because there's not enough players in AP Southeast in particular, so I would like to be able to use the things the character has on the other server where everyone's playing now. And they traded in some cases using the trading post for that or trading with other players in order to get items to their other character. And those players got permanently banned, with appeals immediately being denied. The label they use for this is exploiting a bug level 5. Beyond that, there are other claims, such as people being banned for trading before people transferred and put gold into their company treasury, bans for trading in general, permanent bans, while the people who did trade to them were not permanently banned, and various other things that I cannot verify, but overall it seems like there are quite a few messy cases at least. But I want to focus on the confirmed permanent bans, because I think the outcome here is pretty insane. I said it before, I absolutely believe that there are scenarios where people deserve a permanent ban here. This is especially if they try to manipulate the PvP servers because they were brand new, so manipulating markets there would have had a much more significant impact, and especially buying territories as well. And if they had multiple offenses, meaning this was not the first time they were caught doing any kind of exploit. For multiple of the people who got banned, permanently banned, for moving a character from Legacy into the Fresh Start, not the PvP server, this was their very first ban. These were players that have played the game for years with 0 offenses so far, and they saw the opportunity to move a character which was allowed by the game systems at that point, and they got the highest amount of punishment that you can possibly get. Do you know what doesn't get you the highest amount of punishment possible? Using damage immunity exploits, using musket rapid-fire exploits, using various trade and dupe exploits. Some of those things come with no punishment. Some of them come with 1-day punishment if it's your first offense. Some of them come with a month punishment. Some of them come with a year punishment but get lifted eventually. And from that perspective of applying some nuance to the situation, I feel like these bans feel completely disproportionate. Should people that were involved in trades on the Fresh Start servers after transferring a character get banned? Temporarily? Absolutely. 1 week? Absolutely. 2 weeks? Absolutely. A month? Sure, definitely. 2 months? Maybe. But permanently banned? I personally consider that way too excessive, and it's very clear that they're trying to set an example here after being so known for messing up with things like this in the past. They also once again make it clear that they have a massive bias towards trade, probably because it's easier to track for them. Why do I say that? Because you could transfer from the PvP server into another server with the PvP weapons, the Conqueror's weapons, use them in OPR, and you would get unbanned in the first ban wave as long as you're not involved in trades. Now, yeah, I know the Conqueror's weapons effects don't work on other servers, so it's not really that big of a deal. But if we're talking about gameplay exploits, you would think that's on a similar level. The amount of people hit by this in AP Southeast is absolutely insane, and I once again think that it's just extremely disproportionate and also clearly applied inconsistently between different players and what exactly their penalty is. These harsh punishments also completely fail to include any accountability from Amazon, who bugged this after a patch in the first place, and otherwise no one would have been able to do this. It shouldn't even be surprising to Amazon that people did the transfer from Legacy to Fresh, because a lot of people clearly expressed their frustration with being unable to use their characters that they've been using for years and years and years. At this point, the economic impact of merging those servers, especially on AP Southeast, where we have way too many servers, would be so insignificant, no one would care. Instead, people are now getting permabanned over it. Incredibly short-sighted. Knowing how many people on AP Southeast were affected because the bug happened at AP Southeast prime time, this is gonna leave some lasting damage on the region and make the game a lot less playable for the people who are still there. And just to be clear here, I was not among the people who were permanently banned. I got unbanned in the second wave. I just know a lot of people who are very passionate about the game and who are generally not exploiters that are now completely gone. I'm obviously extremely frustrated with how this was handled, though I do not expect them to change course on this, considering they instantly denied the appeals. Anyways, in the next days we were checking out the new OPR map, so if you want to see that, consider following me on twitch.tv/DukesLove. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing, click the bell. If you'd like to support me further and get early training tips, do so on my Patreon. Thanks to all of my patrons who I do exactly that, and thank you for watching. DukesLove, out.
Yeah. Anyways, you autoplayed. I want to come back here to Smite 2, mass layoffs.
A lot of you have been asking me to talk about Smite 2, and today I will. But maybe not in the way that you may have expected. Because there are really bad news surrounding Smite. If you follow news surrounding Smite, then you may be aware that there was a round of layoffs not too long ago, and now a second wave of layoffs happened just yesterday. This layoff comes in the context of them shutting down all of their current esports operations and basically laying off their entire esports team. But they're not just laying off the esports team, they're also laying off other people entirely unrelated to that. It's just another massive layoff across the entire studio. Once again, many of the people let go have been there for a really long time, basically the foundations of Smite at this point, and most of them are extremely passionate about the game, and some even progressed through the company very quickly, so it's really surprising to see these layoffs. Just to mention a couple of names you may be familiar with, the layoffs included Lemmy Wormy, Ro, Agro, Gormizer, Trelly Rally, Rollycat, Cooper, Smeek, who used to go by Mifflin, Skeledon, and Just Strix. Hazer made a full list of everyone affected. I will link that down below. First of all, my sympathy goes out to everyone affected by this. I've reached out to some of the people I know better personally, but also as a general statement here, I think layoffs like these are absolutely brutal every single time and almost never necessary. Extremely frustrating, extremely dangerous for the people affected by them. So yeah, I just don't have anything smart to say about it. I just think it's horrible. While the gaming industry is extremely fragile at the moment, I hope that for everyone this can turn out to be an opportunity to end up in a better place than where they were.
Yeah, use it. Use the piss to make lemonade.
Question why this happened in the first place.
Use the piss to make lemonade and drink it, but live to drink it.
2 massive layoffs within a time span of roughly 4 months. And the first person to look at here is of course Harris Stew, who was the one who made a public statement about the first round of layoffs. Since then, Stu has deleted his Twitter account. Originally it was speculated that maybe he did that just because he doesn't like Twitter anymore, as many others. But in the context of the second round of layoffs, as well as the cancellation of any relevant Pro League, it seems like he deleted it to avoid the backlash. But in his original statement, Stu said, letting them go is a heartbreaking decision, reflects on a failure in my leadership, and one for which I take personal accountability. Now one could ask what taking personal accountability for a CEO looks like, if not stepping down. Maybe a large pay cut so that others can stay employed? Surely it's something like that. Well, we never found out, but what we did find out is that significant cutbacks were made on all other games that Hi-Rez Studio was still working on to some degree, except Smite 2. What is somewhat confusing to me is if Stu was even the CEO for Hi-Rez Studios at this moment in the first place. Stu became the CEO in 2019 with Hi-Rez Ares stepping down. This was largely influenced, from my understanding, by the failure of Realm Royale. Realm Royale started out with a massive player base due to a fortnight downtime when it launched and failed to capitalize on this early lead in any significant way, instead shaping the game however Hi-Rez Ares liked it the most based on what he had heard from his favorite streamers. But weirdly enough, there is another statement that you can still find on LinkedIn from Stu once again, where it was stated that Ares was going to be the CEO of Hi-Rez Ventures now, and Stu, who was previously the CEO of Hi-Rez, would be the CEO of Rally Here Interactive, as well as the president of Hi-Rez Ventures. And this is also his bio for the presentation he held at IQPC. And if you try to look up Hi-Rez Ventures, it's mostly just articles about this particular post. Hi-Rez Studios is still called Hi-Rez Studios. Their website is still hirezstudios.com, and the copyright on that website is still to Hi-Rez Studios. If you go on their About page, it still mentions Hi-Rez Studios. So I'm going to assume that this is simply a way to move money or debt around or split up things in a way that's taxed at a lower rate or something. Some kind of classic corporate trick to lose less money somehow. But what this makes me question is if Hi-Rez Stu is even still officially in the position of CEO of Hi-Rez Studios, because based on that announcement, at least, it didn't sound like that. Yet still, he seems to be the one taking responsibility in the post he made about the layoffs. Because otherwise, if Hi-Rez Ventures is purely Hi-Rez Studios, then the CEO of Hi-Rez Studios is Ares and not Stu, which would then put Ares exactly in the position that he previously stepped down from for Stu. And again, this was after a very significant backlash. So maybe it's Stu taking responsibility in the position as president, or it's because Ares removed his own Twitter quite a while ago, long before this all happened. It used to be Blue Orc, but it's been gone for ages. But why am I digging so deep into this in the first place? Raythan made a post saying that this is more on Ares and the board than anything, because they would have the ability to fire the CEO if their company was underperforming and they wanted to shake things up. Based on what we're seeing here and these changes between the roles, I think things are more complicated than that. Somebody recently discovered that, for example, before Stu left Twitter, he dropped the CEO from his handle, which, again, may very well be true because he may just be the president now. But ultimately, it seems that both Stu and Ares are somewhat interchangeable. They seem to be so closely connected that they're kind of just doing things together, and Stu is the one who's front-facing all of this. But since they can just so fluidly shift between roles, even after one was kind of pushed out of one of the roles, just go back into that role, I can't really imagine that Ares would ever seriously consider firing Stu. On the contrary, I think their approaches and their ideas for what Hi-Rez and Smite should be are likely very aligned if they've been sticking together so closely for so long at this point. If that means the company and the employees taking hit after hit, that so far seems to be okay for them. And other people in leadership do move around. For example, Veronique Lallier, who was the COO until last year and is still listed on the Wikipedia, actually moved to IO Interactive then. When Ares first stepped down in 2019, he announced that he would be working in the healthcare industry instead. And at the time, Stu said in a statement that Ares and him had been planning this reshuffle since 2014, since now the company is in good shape, so they're entering the next stage of growth, and therefore it was time to make changes in management. And yet, now Ares seems to be back in the old position, and there were no changes in management because it feels like the two of them are entirely unwilling to give up any control of the company long term. So all in all, if you want to point fingers at the people responsible here, I think you need to point 2 fingers, not 1. Now, Raythan speculates that this round of layoffs comes as a preparation to sell off the IP, which I think would probably be a positive, but personally can't imagine happening. This is because I think there's a combination of Stu and Ares not wanting to let this project go, no matter how much it may end up bleeding at some point, and also Smite probably not being an IP that would sell super easily because it's a MOBA, which is already a market that is struggling at the moment and that will have a big new competitor soon with Deadlock, so that would probably not be an ideal time to try and sell anyways. Let me be clear here. I am not ascribing malice to the people involved here, but rather incompetence. An incompetence that goes unpunished if you're in the right position within the typical corporate structure. As Stu himself says, you don't have to confront him with his failures, he has not forgotten them, but he's also never really suffered any consequences for them. And from what we know now, neither has Eris, even though it used to look like it at some point. As for Smite himself, I'd like to refer you to Clumsy's statement here. He said, I know there's a lot of hate and very good reasons to feel that, but please remember that there are still devs left. There's still a game we want to make great for the past and current devs and for the players. It's not that it's just hurting, it's not over. From all I know about him, Clumsy is a fantastic human being who is close to many of the people who got laid off, so this must hurt very personally for him. But realistically, as much as there shouldn't be hate coming towards the people working on the game or even the game itself, there's most certainly massive concerns for the future of the game at this point. Smite 2's numbers for a game that just went into free-to-play are not looking good. It should be spiking like
it wasn't a
crazy
good
right now.
game.
And
I mean, it was
barely
better than
doing
League of Legends, but I don't like League of Legends. And League of Legends people won't leave League of Legends. You should have known better. You should have cut ties with this game a long time ago. You're dumb. You guys don't have good taste. You spend all of your time slaving away at these fucking video games. And that's okay, but I mean, that causes you almost an existential problem where you don't have good taste because you don't have time to play games. So you don't, oh, god damn it. No, what was this? He like opened up on me as I was pulling. God damn it. God damn it. Is this health anywhere? Not really. It's fucking annoying. Go, go. God damn it, what? God damn it, I got more aggro. He's so close. Come on, fuck him up. Go. It's hard to get the fucking shit down before they reach you. It's so annoying. Alright. Fucking tense. I don't want to pull one of those again. I mean, he paid good XP, though, I suppose. So I guess maybe I do want to pull those, because they do pay. About to get another level. I've just got a level to go. Kraken is awake. What is Kraken? What is a Kraken? I don't like the sound effects. They're really basic and bad. It does have like a third-party-itis thing to it, but it's, yeah. Maybe I will just keep it down at like a 3. It's kind of annoying. But yeah, the footsteps and stuff. What? Ding. Got a nice saddle there. Increases horse stamina, nice. Let's go mount, equipment, saddle, take it off, put it on, good. This is a stirrup. Oh, here, I got a nice gem. Oh. No! Oh. Close. This won't really take long. Ooh, there's a champion. I will pull him, but I want to wait for the abilities and heal. I'd check my money here. 637. Got to make sure the Argon Wharf and everything is dealt with here. Yeah, everything that I've got is where it should be. I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 25 mining ships or something, and I'm trying to get a fleet of like 75 or something. It's starting to be about 1 every 2 hours, and eventually it'll be 1 every hour, and then it'll be like 1 every half an hour, and then it'll be like 1 every 10 minutes, and then eventually I'll just let it tick then for like 2 hours, and it'll let me buy like 10 mining ships and stuff, and I'll suddenly exponentially just be up there where I have this huge income, and then I'll just start buying other military ships to patrol that station, that sector. Yeah, let's do it this way, huh? Well, no, I want to open with the biggie. We took a small cooldown break here because my health bar was low anyways, and I'm still not even full, really. I gotta wait the 15 seconds. Yeah, I'm gonna open with the heavy hit. That burns them, and then hit them all the way back. I wonder how far you can actually cast this. Yeah, like, does that help you, like, cast it better? Maybe I should think more about elevated positions, because can they even reach you? Is the other thing, can they reach you, like, way up here? Yeah, I imagine they probably can, but let's try. Oh, shit, oops. So, I don't know. No, I can't reach them is another thing. But this rock might be good, actually. They might not be able to reach this rock, maybe. So, let's see. Did that hit them? It fucking better have. Ugh. Did he die? There's no way he died. Did he die? I killed him. He just didn't drop any loot. Nice. That's good, though. He was good XP. Crit, like, both hits. Nice. Oh, yeah, I never put this on my thing. Yeah, we'll put this on that ability. Fury given to the enemy increases by 50%. One of the interesting things about this game is you can buy everything in the shop with stuff that you farm with, and that's something that really intrigues me. That's something New World should have done. It's outside the box. You know, I feel like I keep launching FFXI but not getting it. It's fucking annoying. Oh no, there you are.
If it continues on this downward trajectory, it'll struggle within half a year. And the fact that there will be no competitive league, and now many of the most passionate
because you
employees
just made the
for
same
this
game
have-
again. It looks exactly like the last game. That doesn't look any different, man. It just looks like you gave it a fucking like you just upgraded the engine. That's it. I mean, that's cool, and yeah, sequel modern engine is good, but I mean, like you didn't change the game in any way or form, like at all. You know, I don't think you changed this game in any way. What time is it? 7. It is Friday. That's odd. Did Lossless die? Oh no, there we go.
Have just been simply laid off without warning is most certainly not inspiring confidence in anyone who wants to invest into Smite in any way. I bought Smite 2 shortly after it became available because I wanted to support the devs, and I also had hope for at least some potential, and I wanted to try it out early to see what it's like. I've tried it multiple times since, and as a content creator, I need to look at a game from how much potential has it for me, how much future potential does it have, can I make content about this consistently? And at no point have I felt that way. And with these developments that we're seeing at the moment, my hopes and expectations in that regard have dropped even further, significantly further. I would love nothing more than to be wrong here and for Smite 2 to thrive, but with this second wave of layoffs, my hopes are basically non-existent. As much as Glassdoor is an unreliable source, I think it speaks for itself how many complaints about leadership, about the CEO and the handling of layoffs there are on there. It just does not seem like a work environment where the game could thrive. Once again, my heart goes out to all of the people affected by the layoffs. I hope you guys can land on your feet soon. Other than that, don't subscribe if you're just waiting for Smite content, because I don't know if there will be another Smite video. Maybe one at some point, we'll see. But either way, thanks for watching. Duke Sloth, out.
I think he...
Dark Gothic MAGA. Oh my god. I don't think I'll do this one because it's almost guaranteed to be DMCA.
He's not a good billionaire, okay? There's no such thing. But him and...
So let's go back to... my eyes hurt a bit. I've been doing this too long. I think I should probably go to bed, honestly. Trump says he's revoking Biden's security clearance. Oh no. Yeah, what's it like to be a president when you're not a president anymore? Like the next day, do you like call up people and be like, "Can I use some resources here for some information?" Do they say yes? Or they're like, "No, sir, you are no longer the president. You do not have access to that anymore." Yay, 4% damage to monsters. Missing commuter plane found. All 10 aboard. I don't like this, and I don't want you to recommend this channel anymore. I don't want you to recommend this channel anymore either.
There's only one place in the United States where you can find wild native crocodiles. Florida. It's also the only place in the world where crocodiles and alligators live side by side. But some of the strangest surprises lie in one of Florida's most unexpected locations.
Thank you, PBS Terra. I'd like to sub to your channel.
This isn't a wild swamp or a hidden river. It's a vast man-made maze of water stretching for miles in the shadow of a nuclear power plant. Why do crocodiles gather in this unexpected place? And how is a landscape shaped by splitting the atom?
Because no one else will go there, because there's all this like rads and stuff that sensitive animals can feel. Oops, wait, no. Oh, wait. I did this wrong.
Become home to one of America's rarest predators.
Nobody else comes, and the gators know it or whatever, so they just come.
South Florida, the land of sun-soaked beaches, palm-lined streets, swanky South Beach hotels, and crocodiles. American crocodiles, to be exact. Cousins of the Nile crocodile, these aren't invasive species like so many of Florida's weird reptiles. They are native and rare. While they might look similar to their more common neighbor, the alligator, there are some key differences. Crocs tend to be longer, they have narrower snouts with more visible teeth, and they have the strongest bite in the animal kingdom. Fossil evidence tells us that crocodilians have been around for over 80 million years, dating back to the time of the dinosaurs. Their lineage remains largely unchanged, which is a testament to their resilience. At its peak, South Florida's crocodile population may have numbered 3,000 or more. But by the mid-1970s, those numbers had plummeted to just a few hundred. But some of those elusive reptiles found an unlikely sanctuary right here at Turkey Point Nuclear Power Plant just south of Miami. Turkey Point was built in the 1960s to generate electricity for South Florida's booming population. Energy from this plant powers nearly 1 million homes. But what makes Turkey Point unique isn't just the size or location, it's what surrounds it.
One of the misconceptions that we have is that there's some radioactivity to the cooling canals, and really that's not the case. The crocodiles here are living in the brackish water that is just cycling through the plant, but not actually touching any of the radioactive equipment.
The canal system is massive. It's 168 linear miles of cooling canals. You can actually see it from space.
The water passes through the nuclear plant to remove excess heat. The water then cools as it travels through the canals.
And so it works in the same way as the radiator. Once the cooling water has exited the plant, it takes about 48 hours for it to cycle back through again.
At first glance, this just sounds like an industrial solution to an ordinary engineering problem. But over the years, these canals have become something else entirely.
Both of our nuclear units went into operation in the early 1970s. And then in 1978, while doing some work on site, we found a crocodile nest.
Kill them all.
Crocodiles were in a lot of trouble. We're talking
That's the way better way to do it.
About 150 to 300 animals in the 60s and 70s.
The intention when we built the power plant and when we built the cooling canal system was not to have some amazing habitat for endangered species. Once it was created and we recognized that we did have a crocodile nest here, it was really there that we started to learn more about the crocodiles that we had here on site. We really have three things that are necessary for the crocodiles. One, the cooling canal system is an ecosystem in and of itself, and so it has the prey that the crocodiles need to eat. We have elevated berms that are used for nesting, and really one of the biggest reasons is because we don't have public on site.
We have this whole network of canals where crocodiles can live freely and not worry about human encroachment.
But the presence of crocodiles in these waters isn't just some strange nature sideshow. They play a critical role in this ecosystem.
Crocodiles are at the top of the food chain. Without them, the rest of the food chain falls apart. They're the cleanup crew. They keep other populations in check.
Unlike alligators, crocodiles can tolerate salt water thanks to special glands that help them expel excess salt. They prefer coastal, brackish, and saltwater habitats, the same habitats where the humans of Florida like to build homes.
As we built houses, we were taking away a lot of the habitat from the crocodiles.
So as the crocs of South Florida lost their preferred nesting habitat to human development, some of them turned to Turkey Point as a refuge.
Today, Turkey Point is South Florida's most concentrated nesting area for American crocodiles. And we know that thanks to the work of people like Mike Lorette.
Ever since I was born, I always had this innate obsession with reptiles. So what bigger and badder reptile than a crocodile? Crocodiles are just extremely intelligent creatures, and we really haven't even scratched the surface of their intelligence. Some of the myths of the American crocodile is that they're these basically bloodthirsty beasts. They're nothing like that. Although they're extremely efficient predators, they're actually very shy by nature.
Each year, Mike and his team monitor hundreds of crocodiles here in the canals, tracking their growth, health, and nesting behavior. It's part science, part detective work, sometimes part adventure.
So, mother crocodile will come up here, she'll scratch, she'll open the nest cavity, deposit her eggs, cover the eggs back up, and then go back into the water. It'll be about 3 months of incubation until those eggs hatch, and she'll be coming up and down and checking on her nest and protecting her nest in the meantime. This is actually a nest cavity that is already hatched, and you can see an egg fragment that's left behind. Not too long ago, a whole clutch of little prehistoric hatchlings emerged from this nest. Depending on the size and age of the female, you're looking at anywhere from around 20 to even up to 50 eggs. Of the 20 to 50 eggs, a very small percentage will survive to adulthood. We have to remember that when they emerge from their eggs, there are these tiny little creatures that are at the bottom of the food chain. They feed pretty much every other predator out there, everything from birds, fish, turtles, even up to crocodiles as well. Crocodiles are actually on the menu for other crocodiles.
As daylight fades, the real action begins. This is when Mike and his team take to the canals, tracking hatchlings and checking on nests.
There's nothing else I'd rather be doing than chasing around crocodiles. The best time of day to catch them is at night. There's one there, there's one there. Basically, during the day their camouflage is so good, they're completely hidden from the human sight. But if you go out at night and you wear a headlamp, you can actually see the reflection of their beady red eyes in the darkness of the night. Capturing the hatchling crocodiles allows us to get a really good idea of the health of the animals here on site. Healthy hatchlings means healthy population. Nice. New one. It's important to capture the crocodiles when they're really young because every minute that they're out there, they're learning more. They're extremely intelligent.
Catching hatchlings is delicate work. Each capture must be quick and careful to ensure the crocodiles are unharmed.
This year, we actually caught 529 hatchlings, which is the third most hatchlings within the history of the program. After we catch the hatchlings, we take them back to the lab for processing. Our federal permit allows us up to 5 days to process these hatchlings, but it's always our goal to get them back to the wild as quickly as possible.
Here in the lab, every hatchling collected in the field becomes a vital piece of the conservation puzzle.
We take a series of measurements such as snout to vent length, total length, head length, tail girth. All of these measurements will teach us about the health of the American crocodile. Each individual croc gets 2 forms of identification, one being a pit tag, which is the size of a grain of rice, and it has a unique identification number. It's the same pit tag that you would put to identify a pet cat or dog. So we actually inject that into the base of the tail. The secondary form of identification is actually clipping their scoots so that there is a visual form of identification that we can actually use to identify them without putting our hands on them.
Over the years, the scientists have tagged over 10,000 individuals, creating one of the most comprehensive data sets for any reptile species in the world.
Crocodiles actually have the ability to cover a lot of ground in a little bit of time. So every time we catch the crocodile, we'll actually be able to compare the new data to the old data of when we caught it initially, find out how far they've moved, how much they've grown over time. So we have had crocodiles that have hatched here that have actually popped up in golf courses in Tampa.
But the ultimate goal with these little cuties is to get them back into the wild, where they can grow and contribute to the recovery of their species.
Since the crocodile program began in the 1970s, the population in South Florida has grown from a few hundred individuals to more than 2,000. It's a remarkable turnaround.
It's good.
Turkey Point is a conservation success story.
Good.
A testament to the surprising ways that industry and nature can coexist.
Hells yeah.
The American crocodile population was actually downlisted from endangered to threatened in 2007.
Yeah.
There's nothing more rewarding.
Alligators and crocodiles.
Places like Turkey Point remind us that progress doesn't just have to come at nature's expense. It can come with it. It just takes a little energy to get things started.
It had a positive ending too, which was good. You know, it almost never does. Makes me emotional almost because it almost never does. With conservation, it's almost never good news. It's the most bummer thing there is almost.
How do I get it to stop? This is a Revo hubbless bicycle, a rare, futuristic e-bike that raised over $6.7 million on Indiegogo.
What?
Before the company up and vanished, leaving everybody who ordered one without a bicycle or asking for a refund, except for the customer who bought this bicycle. He sold it to me on eBay at a loss after seemingly not riding it at all. From what I can find, of the 2,700 people who ordered a Revo hubbless bicycle, only about 150 actually got them delivered before everything fell apart. And if the things I'm reading about it are true, it might be the worst bicycle ever made. And today, I'm going to ride it for the first
yes.
time and find out.
It might be the worst bicycle ever made. Yes. Okay. I would not go anywhere near the road. You should be out in a parking lot by the high school. Maybe not at the high school, like maybe the college or something. You want like a college parking lot or like a mall parking lot. Don't do it by other traffic.
Thing looks insane. The wheel is just this big open hubless donut, but there's a reason most bicycles have hubs. It's really hard to do, and they have to make a lot of sacrifices to make the Revo hubless. And apparently people were not very happy with it. It wasn't a very good bike. What went wrong with their Indiegogo campaign? Now, as you can see, they spared no expense on this promotional video. This guy uses the fingerprint scanner to secure his Revo at a cafe, only to get a tamper notification initiated by a woman admiring his Revo. They then make a bunch of claims about the bike, like how smooth it rides and how revolutionary the pedal assist is, and they ask you to join the Revolution. And join they did, but that was almost 5 years ago. Today, the comment section's full of would-be customers desperately trying to contact Revo, and if you visit Revo's social pages, it's just more of the same. But their website is truly damning, a GoDaddy parking page. That's an obituary if I've ever seen one. So what happened here? Well, let's get to know the Revo and we'll find out. So right now the motor is not on, and with great difficulty I am pedaling it. Can you believe how loud it is? The second you start pedaling this thing, you start noticing a lot of stuff, and I'm going to try and break it down. Let's start with the wheels, because I think that's a lot of where it's stemming from. Any bike, even e-bikes, they just roll, right? As soon as you stop pedaling, it just rolls on forever. It's like gliding. You just feel the resistance every step of the way on this thing, whether or not you're pedaling. Look at this. I don't know if you've ever spun a normal bike wheel, but it's very much unlike that. A normal bike wheel has spokes, and then there's a hub in the middle, and that hub is extremely reliable. They haven't changed much in 100 years, and a modern hub you can restore to like new condition for $1. They just take these little bearings that you can pop in. This has, I don't know, a bearing the entire way around, and so there's a lot more resistance, and I suspect you can't service it because they don't sell parts for it. The company doesn't exist anymore, and it's not like you could rob some parts off another hubless wheel. And so let this sink in. The entire premise of the Revo hubless bicycle is that it lacks one of the most reliable moving parts ever made. Certainly one of the most reliable moving parts on a modern bicycle. And in its place, they replaced it with an unserviceable, heavy, complicated, and noisy hubless wheel. Yet, they're making the claim that this bicycle is revolutionary, that it's got a really smart pedal assist, and that it's really smooth. They even advertise its lightweight core. This is one of the heaviest bicycles I've ever picked up in my life. They say it's like 70-something pounds.
What?
I think it's heavier.
It looks terrible.
This big plastic clamshell is likely just big solid pieces
70
of aluminum
pounds.
steel. Maybe we'll take it apart later and find that out. But we've got a lot to cover before then, because
I don't think you should touch this thing at all. I think it could be worth a lot of money one day. It's insane.
I haven't even registered the fingerprint scanner or any of the security features they advertised.
Fingerprint scanner.
So I'm downloading the Revo app, which still exists because this thing has a whole bunch of features. For example, in here, it's supposed to have a SIM card slot so you can GPS track the thing. There is a built-in fingerprint scanner.
Because somebody steals it immediately.
And if you lock it with the fingerprint scanner, they're supposed to...
Any thug on the street, if they see this bike, they're going to be like, that bike's got to be worth at least $5,000. And they're just going to run off with it immediately. Even if it is 70 pounds, they'll lug it up over their shoulders. And they'll go running down the streets with it if you don't chain that thing to some kind of cop. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't think of a more austerity looking thing than this. Yeah, if you take it out in public, they're going to take it from you. I guarantee it.
To be a wheel lock back here that keeps the bike from going, and so I want to be able to use all that. It's asking me to register a new bike, and so let's see how that works. I think we might actually be able to get this app to work. 1111. All All right, the instruction manual gave me a default pairing code. I'm using that. I'm looking on Reddit threads, and I can't get this thing paired. And so we're off to a great start. Now, normally I'd say this is no problem because most electric bicycles have a little display screen that tells you how much battery you have left, how fast you're going, what assist mode you're in. But on the Revo, because it's high tech, they want you to use your smartphone. Everybody loves that. And as you can see here, they give you some adhesive to attach your smartphone to the handlebars. So the phone's all mounted to the handlebars. We got the Revo app running. Let's start talking about how this thing actually functions as a bike. And one of the first things you're going to notice when you start riding it after you've...
Like, the cell phone has to be, like, at the cradle because their Wi-Fi only has, like, a half-foot radius or something because they like, cheaped out or the metal's so thick and fucking dumb that the signal can't get out of the box or something and they boxed it in. Like, I can see the bad design immediately.
Or the noise and the terrible ride is how hard it is to stop. I'm going to go a reasonable speed down this bridge, and I'm going to start applying my brakes right here. Let's see how long it takes me to stop. That was a full-on emergency
It wasn't
stop.
that
I had both
bad.
of my entire hands on the brake levers, gripping them as hard as I could, and it could barely stop the bike. That's really alarming.
I don't know. It looked like it was okay, but yeah, for traffic,
Given the weight of the bike and the airless
yeah, I would have had like wait. There's
tires and
there's
just
airless
all the-
tires. That seems interesting. So no matter what, I'm not sure he sees the technical use of it, which is that it can't get a flat. And it's electric, and it'll get you out of the city. You know, I think actually from a marketing standpoint, they're actually not that bad. In the respect that, yeah, high-tech, like escape from the city kind of stuff, you would never get a flat tire, and you could probably just ride this thing down, like, the side of a highway for probably, like, fucking 500 miles, no problem like that. And I'm not sure he sees it the right way, although the problem is... But its usage to the public is basically nil. It's a good bug out tool. I think this is the kind of tool I would bring because it's so like one thing I do think about it is it's sturdy. It looks like it can take some blows or like be hauled around or like, you know, it does look sturdy to me. It looks electric and stupid, but it does look sturdy, like the kind of tool that might be kind of good for the zombie apocalypse. But it's so specialty you would never buy it.
The sketchiness. It has no business going this fast with brakes like
I do like that it doesn't have spokes. Because one of the real problems with bicycles is they can just shove a stick in your fucking spokes and stop you immediatally. And flip you over and fuck you up. Like they can come ripping up in a car and just shove a fucking stick in your fucking spokes. And you go, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's, you know, but this doesn't have that issue.
Most important safety feature.
Like, as a bug-out survival bike, it might actually be better for evading, like, say, people on foot, you know, because they can't just they can't just fucking spoke your wheels. It's sort of good from that respect. What an interesting device. Alright, let's pull another huge fucking pack again. Can we get more, or is that too far? Yeah, like get like a fuck ton of them together. I think I kind of want to go back to tab. Go. Okay, good. Got a lot of them. They're all like clumped up, right? Are you clumped up? Yes, you are. Okay, good. And then I want to go running over here, and I want to open up with a 6. And then I'm going to go 2, 7, 4. Yeah. And I got my level. Look, I got a lot of XP with that shit down. It seems like the bigger the pack is, the more XP coefficient it is or something. It seems odd. Okay. I don't like that sound. I'm going to turn it down. Yeah, most of this sound is like way abrasive. It's fucking stupid. No, notification's okay, but HUD, I want it down at like 3 because it's a little bit, you know, it's like a little bit obtrusive. Well, that was good. I got level 30. Oh, look, I've got 8 points. fucking sweet. Well, good. I haven't chosen... That was expensive. Damn it, that was all of my fucking points. I couldn't. I'm just gonna save up, I guess. It's fucking annoying. Oh no, this can't be used with this, so I don't know. I guess I'll pop those and I'll lay this and that ability. Oops, yeah, move this over. And take you to here. Yeah, I want more defense because I'm fucking squishy. So good. I've got a lot of fucking loot. Oh, did I aggro? Yes, I did, but it's alright. I want to try one more suicidal pull and just take, like, I want to try the biggest pull I've ever done. Okay, biggest pull I've ever done. Got to get them all central. Okay, they're all central. I'm going to get a little bit of distance on them. And I'm going to go 2, 7, 4, 5. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Oh, I lived. I somehow lived, but, and they're all dead. Oh, yeah, baby. Look, I got a third of a level. I picked the right weapon. Well, I didn't know to do that. I'm glad that I discovered it. I mean, I didn't think that this mage had enough survivability to do it, but it's actually better at AoE pulling than it is pack pulling. It's kind of funny. Because it just does all the damage and everything. Well, I feel like I've unlocked quite a bit of the game here just by realizing that. Let's get out of here. I've got a quarter level in a single pull. It took 10 seconds or something. It's insane. Okay, so we're going northwest, what, to like River's End, I guess?
Any bicycle, let alone an e-bike that weighs 70 pounds. That $200 bike I bought on Amazon had pretty decent brakes, actually. They were cable actuated disc brakes. This doesn't have a hub, and so it can't have rotors, and so can't have disc brakes. So They're using cheap caliper brakes like you would find on, I don't know, a kid's bike from the early 1990s, except that bike is stopping a little kid going 5 miles an hour. Oh crap, there's a speed bump. Oh my god, that took all my mic. Ugh. Ugh. And so I've already mentioned several times that this is in fact an e-bike, and so let's talk about that. An e-bike is supposed to pedal like a normal bicycle and then also have electric assist, and so it should do both. And as you can see, there's no chain or sprockets or anything down here. The drivetrain's all inside it, and presumably everything that makes this wheel go kind of is enclosed in here, except on this thing, it is extremely difficult to pedal. Very inefficient, and then when you stop pedaling, it stops almost immediately.
Yeah,
and
like,
so let's
why?
be honest,
Okay.
nobody's going to be using this as an analog bicycle.
Yeah, like why even put pedals on it at that point? Why not just use that as less weight, you know, more like torque, a little bit more battery power or whatever. Or, I don't know. Like I would design without the pedals, but I suppose you do need some place to like put your feet. It would be weird. I guess pegs would work though. You could do pegs. Pegs would work, and it would be maybe less weight. Although it wouldn't be very comfortable. I think mainly the pedals are for comfort. It's kind of weird.
You're going to be using electric assist because it is so hard to pedal without it. It's not even on the table. But it's a terrible e-bike too.
But it's a terrible e-bike too.
Okay, so we've been riding this as an e-bike for close to 30 seconds. I went over that bridge, there's like a little lip, like a bump. After I hit that bump, the back started making noises. Let's examine this and see if it's something that could ever be repaired. Yeah, listen to that.
What?
It's like there's a jump in the wheel. It's done. It's garbage. Right? Where am I going to get replacement parts for this thing? And all I did...
What? He did a bump and it broke the bike immediately the first ride. What a piece of shit. That's all I needed to see. So goddamn dumb. The rest of it's going to be fucking filler. Wow, what a fucking dumb thing. But it does, you know, it reminds me that maybe what, best highest rated e-bike under probably I would have to say a budget of 400. Yeah. The best electric bikes in 2025, but I'm looking for like a list. What is the brand? What brand of e-bike? What is the getting an e-bike under 400? Make sure it was at least if I'm getting a good 350 watt, huh? This is make sure get a good then about a good you should prefer affordable lot of ones but the diversity spec Yeah, like these are dope. $1,200. That's just not worth it.
And Bill Gates.
What is the best cheapest No, it's not best cheapest. I don't know what it is I'm looking for. I'm looking for a form of personal conveyance, like a bike or a motor scooter that's cheap and would work to get me like, that would work to get me like 4 miles or whatever. But I don't think I'm gonna find anything cheap. It's fucking annoying.
I think, are looking at the situation and going, dog, we're fucking billionaires. We already own the government. Why are you fucking up the bag by taking an active role in the government? Okay? When everybody spams the same fucking link, dude. You did it, Reddit. I'm watching it.
Like every morning I wake up happier than the day before because all of these forms of repression that I just had gotten used to.
Hallelujah. Disappeared so far up their own woke asses. If those people stay in control, I think that the Republicans could have an electoral majority as far as the eye can see.
It's really the dawn of a new crypto era.
The future is gonna be amazing!
More than any other sector, the tech industry invested in this election. Crypto accounts for more than half the corporate spend, with no other industry coming close. It's not unusual for...
This shit is making numbers, doing numbers in Blue Sky. Yo, this shit's popping on Blue Sky, dude.
Industry to use their money to buy influence, and at a superficial glance...
There was a first-time chatter on offline, like first thing in the morning, mad as that you weren't waking up early to watch it for them. All right, let's
That's
watch.
all the tech VC world wants. They want lower taxes and friendly regulation. They want the head of the Federal Trade Commission out. They want the tech industry to be responsive to the Future Commodities Trading Commission, not the Securities Exchange Commission. Except that's not all they want. Behind the money and influence flowing into the Trump campaign are a set of bizarre beliefs and a dark agenda.
I'm not just MAGA. I'm dark, gothic MAGA.
You see, the tech bros of Silicon Valley believe that the American empire is on the verge of collapse. Silicon Valley wants to speed this up, but use the coming administration to create safe landing zones for them and their cash, where they can also run their own governments. And what is so annoying about this is it makes me sound crazy. It makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist. But I'm talking about crazy people. I am talking about the guy who wants to colonize Mars. I am talking about the guy who said he gave up on democracy in 2009. These tech bros justify their point of view because they believe that that's the natural place in society.
I agree with everything that she said so far.
Yeah.
Yes. Our tech feudal overlords unironically believe that they are God ordained to be in that position. Maybe some of them masquerade under the guise of meritocracy, but the attitude is almost identical. Are we watching the same video every day? What? I haven't watched this yet. Shut the fuck up, chatter. Every single person is literally demanding I watch this video.
Heidi, the courageous geniuses on the new frontier. I'm not speculating. These men say it. They say it on podcasts and at conferences and in interviews and in blog posts. Some are quiet, some are very, very loud, but they all are on board.
And I think that if we want to increase freedom, we want to increase the number of countries.
If you want to replace the elite that you have today.
God, I can't get over how much of a head this fucker is, bro. Like, how are you walking around looking like that? And then you want to dominate American society and perhaps the globe? Look at this. Look at this damn egg, dude. That's Mark Andreessen, for those of you who don't know.
Hey, what you need to do is you need to have a better elite. And there's a way to do this. It's been done before.
We get kind of money and property right, and that it's a strong foundation for building, kind of a world that we all want to live in. We're seeing, some, breakdown of those in the real world in the United States lately.
I'm definitely very interested in ways that you can sort of tokenize real estate and
I think one of the funniest parts about Mark Andreessen's anger and resentment, and I've listened to, unfortunately, a lot of interviews of his, is the fact that what radicalized him was that he didn't feel like the peasants gave him enough respect. It's like back in the day, you used to be rich, you used to be an oil baron, and you'd do a little bit of philanthropy, and the people would constantly tell you that you're awesome. But then something changed. That was a part of the social contract. But then something changed. Now everybody thinks the rich are bad, the rich are bad, the rich are evil. That's it. That's why he's mad. Because people weren't enough. That's not Mark. What do you mean? No, this other bald, clearly with a more normal looking dome, is not Mark Andreessen. That's Brian Armstrong, CEO of Coinbase. Bro, this is a separate bald. I'm talking about Mark.
actual physical land to create better forms of society and governance. I do think America is in slow decline right now. I would like us to all in crypto think about how we actually go create physical places in the world to preserve freedom over the long term. I think that's ultimately crypto's destiny.
The people of Mars will be more enlightened and will not fight amongst each other too much.
It's basically tech libertarian futurism, an ideology around technology, and including technology enhancing human freedom.
I am trying to fix government in the U.S. The point was like, let's have a new government.
Where do we sort of go from the wisdom of crowds to the madness of crowds? We're far too far on the side that you can describe as collectivist, centralized, Borg-like, conformist, and also generally just simply incorrect.
I think that what Elon's doing is showing a path to fighting back. The left-wing elite's going to be kicking and screaming the whole way.
Mark Cuban, one of the more normal billionaires, had this to say about this particular group of men that I'm talking about.
What's happened in Silicon Valley is insane.
Right.
Right. It's not so much a support thing, it's more like a takeover thing. Trying to put themselves in a position to have as much control as possible. They want Trump to be the CEO of the United States of America.
I think he's not a good billionaire, okay? There's no such thing. But him and Bill Gates, I think, are looking at the situation and going, dog, we're f***ing billionaires. We already own the government. Why are you f***ing up the bag by taking an active role in the government? Okay? That's the frustration, because like Bill Gates and Mark Cuban both have been very critical of the right-wing tech bro, the openly right-wing tech bro attitude that is fairly present in Silicon Valley now. And they look at that and they're like, dude, when you're a billionaire, you're supposed to be f***ing silent, you know? You're supposed to be making these moves in silence. You're not supposed to actively assume the reins. You're not supposed to openly say you're, moving the government in this direction, especially because nobody likes the government. So you are associating yourself with a negative entity for no reason, when you could make the government keep doing your bidding just quietly behind the scenes. And I think it's narcissism. I don't think it's like some great, brilliant capture of power. I think it is pure narcissism. These guys don't simply want to control the government, which they already do. They want to get credit for it. They want to be praised for it. They want to be loved. They want to be worshipped. What? Please do not ridicule people simply on how they look and how you perceive their looks. Hasanabi Trump behaves like that, to be honest. Yeah, that's the biggest negative about Donald Trump, is that he fat shames people. You're right. And not that he's a fucking racist, rapist. I know. Shut the up, chatter. I'm going to call billionaire Mark Andreessen.
Shut the fuck up, chatter. See, this is it. Like, I don't want to act like this and get in tiffs with people, and people like get all resentful and stuff. I don't want to get in tiffs with people like this. It's fine. This is why I don't do the chat.
His cranial outline is that of an egg. Okay?
And they want to be the board of directors that makes him listen to them.
Now, this hypothetical board includes a couple of power players that I think are worth keeping an eye on.
Come on!
Namely,
come on! I mean, come on! Come on! If I did not openly joke about this man's dome, I would be doing you a disservice, because it's such an elephant in the room that if I don't address it, people are going to be like, why is this guy not addressing the most obvious thing that we are literally looking at right now? Come on. He looks like a cartoon character. Like, heads are not supposed to look like that. People will start suspecting me of being paid opposition for not openly saying the truth that everyone can see. Here at the Hasanabi broadcast, I do not shelter you from the truth. I tell you openly what my eyes are seeing. Okay? That's
right? Yeah, like, right? Yeah.
And his net worth is increased because egg prices have shot up spectacularly under the Trump administration. And therefore, the top egg is also a more valuable egg now.
Peter Thiel,
Humpty fucking Dumpty.
Elon Musk, Brian Armstrong, Mark Andreessen, Ben Horowitz, and David Sachs. In this video, I'm
putting him next to two other bald guys who have, in comparison, more human-like shapes in their skulls, perhaps makes this even worse for him. Like, they could have spliced Elon Musk here, and maybe David Sachs. They could have separated the balds. But putting all the balls together makes this infinitely worse for Mark Andreessen. Ironic enough, because
separated
Ben
the balls.
is his business partner. Okay, so he's constantly surrounded by people who have a
These
normal
goddamn reptiles.
bald look. which makes his head look even funnier. It is crazy.
Yeah, what is it? Why are they all like weird and bald? They're all like weird and bald because they're all like really angry, like 40 to 50-year-old to 60-year-old men. So they're all like angry and bald, and it's hilarious. I'm so glad I have all of my hair. I was angry and righteously angry. I think part of the reason why I haven't lost any of my hair, like, you know, I've gotten white hair, but I haven't lost any of my hair really, is because my anger was righteous. I think when you have anger for no reason because you're suppressing or oppressing somebody, I think it causes your hair to fall out. But if you just have anger because somebody fucked you over for no reason, I think your hair stays in. It's sort of insane. Like when you know that you didn't do it to, when you know that, you know, when, like, I don't know, when you know that somebody else just hurt you and there's no real reason for you to feel shame or anything, I swear to God, it helps you retain your hair. He has it. He has full head of hair because we don't stress out like these weird baldies. We don't stress out about manipulating other people or like maybe other people finding out about us or that kind of thing.
Imagine
you can see it.
A lifetime of people constantly thinking about how your head is egg-shaped, especially because your business partner is also bald and has a normal-looking head in comparison. He looks like one of those cone-head babies, but it doesn't come out of it. Yeah. If you shot Mark out of a cannon, he would fly like a bullet, okay? He would literally, he's
aerodynamic.
Like shape.
Aerodynamic.
Yes, he is ballistically sound.
He would be good swimmer.
Perfectly aerodynamic.
Good swimmer. Good swimmer.
He would pierce through any object that you shot him at. It's crazy. Perhaps this is
and they're all like this too. They're all like this. I'm not trying to make fun of male pattern baldness. I feel for them. And look, the karma will hit me, and I'll get a bald spot. None of the girlies will like me or whatever, right? But no, I'm saying like I'm not making fun of male pattern baldness. I'm saying there's something about angry Republicans and bald heads. I think they're skinheads.
Twitter many years ago.
In this video, I'm gonna
yeah, like look. Oh no, look. They are skinheads. Look, there's a picture. There's a lineup of them.
Blocked me on Twitter many years ago.
Look, there's a lineup. What's with baldies? Brian Armstrong, Mark Andreessen, Ben Horowitz. What's with all the baldies? Like they look so angry and weird. Like they could be fired like torpedoes out of a submarine, and they would get good water, fucking good water. I don't even know what the word is in physics. It's like good water physics. And it's not making fun of their bald. It's that they look strikingly bald. They look like skinhead bald, like they shave it bald. And that seems so odd to me. I guess I get it, you know? But I mean...
In this video, I'm going to try...
Whatever. I'm sure I'll have to shave my head bald someday, too. I have some sympathy for it. But it's just weird how they look like they're angry, but like on a skinhead level. Not like a balding 40-year-old man level, or 50-year-old, or 60, well, probably, honestly, 60-year-old man level. They're all Elon's age. They're like 60, they're like 60 years old. So yeah, they shave their head bald, like you know, like Bryan Cranston as Heisenberg. And like that's okay, but it also looks really cringe. It sort of does. It like sets you aside, makes you look sort of skinhead and right wing.
And lay out what I think these people are doing behind the scenes. If you do want to dive for...
I mean, but I get it. If your head is like half a head of hair and it just looks fugly, because you're stressed out all the time because you're Republicans and you tell all these lies and scare people with your hyperbole and all this. But I mean, like,
Further into this topic, I recommend looking at the work of Gildaran. I have linked his blog below. This is his beat and he's amazing at it. This man is named Balaji Srivastava. Like Beyonce, he tends to only go by his first name. Balaji is highly involved in the tech scene, and while not a billionaire himself, he is friends with a lot of them. He's a former partner of Andreessen Horowitz. He is the former CTO of Brian Armstrong's Coinbase. Thiel actually recommended Balaji to be the head of the FDA during the first Trump administration. Balaji wrote a book. It's called The Network State: How to Start Your Own Country. In that book, he talks about how to break nation states apart into smaller territories, which can then be run like corporations.
What I mean by Silicon Valley's ultimate exit. It basically means build an opt-in society, ultimately outside of the US, run by technology. And this is actually where the Valley is going.
You see, like many in the industry, He is interested in disrupting the current idea of nationhood through the creation of a network of sovereign, tech-run territories protected by military-grade security. Balaji wasn't the first person to come up with this idea, not even in the tech scene, but he was the first person to present it in a more palatable way. The idea...
Bro, these guys read one book, okay? They read one Ayn Rand book. They just
shave
their whole lives.
Yeah, they read like one Ayn Rand, like Atlas Shrugged or whatever, and then they shave their head bald, and then they just, you know, and then they go full blown skinhead. I don't know what it is. It's a type. It's a type.
Okay, it's so sad. Read a second book, man. Please.
Yeah. Read a second
please,
book, please.
Read a second fucking book. Every decade, there is a new version of this exact same project. Every decade, they're like, we are very wealthy. Why are we wealthy? Because we deserve it. Because we've worked harder and smarter than anybody else. They believe in meritocracy, the myth of meritocracy. Okay? And they think, oh, why don't we capture all of this wealth and not be restricted by pesky government regulation?
It actually comes from someone named Curtis Yarvin. In Patchwork, Yarvin wrote, the basic idea of patchwork is that as the corporate governments we inherited from history are smashed, they should be replaced by a global spiderweb of tens, even hundreds of thousands of sovereign and independent mini-countries, each governed by its own joint stock corporation, without regard to the residents' opinions. Patchwork is a reboot of the current system in order to install a new operating system. Yes, Yarvin is a software developer with a company named Urbit, invested in by Peter Thiel. He refers to these small territories as patches, but he's flexible about how they might run, maybe like a corporate urban space or a city-state like Athens. These corporate dictatorships would use all-seeing surveillance to protect their citizens and enforce their laws. There would be biometric IDs. If you're poor, you will have to move to another patch. Or the poor could be ground up and used as biodiesel, or locked into a virtual reality prison. Now, Yarvin said he was joking about the biodiesel thing, but not about the prison thing. So I'm not sure if he was joking about the biodiesel. Which gives us an understanding of why Balaji had to come up with a more appealing way to present this.
It's pretty crazy because I do often joke about how the rich want to melt the poor for, for fuel. And here he is, one of Peter Thiel's biggest influences.
The rich want to melt the poor for fuel. Oh my god.
Just a grotesque, a literal grotesque, advocating for it as a haha joke.
This idea. Balaji has less about dictatorship and mass incarceration and more about freedom and opportunity. A lot of people in the industry acknowledge that Balaji's ideas are a little out there.
This is biology.
Yeah, it's biology.
And I would dismiss them too if those same people weren't actively funding them. Millions of dollars are being funneled into these projects as we speak. This is the website for Praxis, a network state funded by Peter Thiel, but...
What's really funny is that these guys end up, I think, huffing their own farts a little too much. One, they personally have an inflated sense of self-worth and genuinely think that they're fucking brilliant and not
normal people,
unimaginably lucky, being in the right place in the right time. Sure, I'm sure that they're somewhat intelligent too, but overall, to get to the level that they got to, they have to be profoundly fortunate. But these guys don't think that. They think meritocracy is real, so they actually arrived at this because it was God ordained.
Oh okay? My god.
The other myth that they myth making that they have ended up believing is the notion that the American government is simply a restrictor of innovation and not a major proponent of innovation, and not unimaginably its contributions are not unimaginably important. They legitimately believe that if they were to build this small state for themselves, that they would actually be able to successfully thrive in said small state, and that it wouldn't get fucking destroyed either due to the actual issues and their inability to address them, with a welfare state or whatever, the inherent contradictions that exist within capitalism, or they would get dominated by another competent nation state instantly. It is hilarious, dude. A little micronation like this, run by a bunch of autistic nerds who think that they're brilliant, would get dominated by not even China, okay? Because everyone immediately thinks, oh, they get dominated by China. They get dominated by like Somalia, okay? A country that is far smaller, or rather far poorer than the United States of America. I'm not even saying Mexico. I'm saying like a cartel in Mexico could overtake this.
I think they do. I think the cartels in Mexico did.
Governmental duties.
I think the cartels in Mexico and I think a whole criminals in a lot of places pretty much take advantage of these idiot like autistic meritocracy people. I think they get eaten all the time.
Fucking areas that they have cultivated as fiefdoms than these fucking dipshits do. They don't realize that they would probably be overtaken by one of the shittier cartels, not even like one of the big ones.
They do. That drug war only served the cartels. That's all it did. The cartels bent the CIA over, and the DEA and the U.S. government and all these weird meritocracy tools. The cartels bend these people over all the time because the cartels aren't fucking around. They take the money home to their families and they don't fuck around. Like, they don't fuck around. They're not trying to like go to Mars or something. They're just trying to conduct their business like men. That's all. They're just trying to do their business. That's it. Sometimes they waste people because the rich white boys said that what they were doing is illegal. But I mean, like, I mean, I really don't want that to be the case. But I mean, like, like overall, honestly, I think the cartels do bend our government over all the time. I swear to God, they do.
A week. They are so stupid.
I don't
have any faith in either one of these parties anymore. After seeing Joe lie about fucking infrastructure and then watch fucking boats crash into bridges and stuff like Paradise Burn and Lahaina, and realizing that they didn't do infrastructure for shit. And that they did address a few things and all that, but overall, most of what he said was a lie. And he sat there and he was asleep at the switch and had lost his mental capabilities. And his wife and all his crony friends protected him. They pitched somebody we'd never heard of before 6 months before an election, which is like my worst nightmare as a politician. I don't understand why they willingly did that. They should have just ran with AOC. Who the fuck cares? At least AOC, like, might have pulled the Latino vote, might have pulled the Latino vote pretty strong and maybe actually won, I don't know, like kind of thing. I don't know. But I think, like, and then you look at Trump. The only good thing Trump's ever done is PUA. That's it. It's the only good thing he's ever managed to do. All the rest of it is dismantling the things that we spent hundreds of years building. And now I'm just like, I don't like either one. I don't like either one.
The shared capital fund, Pronomus, which is dedicated to funding the creation of network cities.
Everything I said is true. There's no hyperbole here. There's no,
and nation states.
Trump bungled COVID. I don't think he caused COVID, but I think he bungled COVID, and I don't know. And Obama did the bank crisis, and I'm just not. My faith has been shaken so badly, so much so lately, that I don't want the death of both parties. I've really been thinking about that a lot. I don't want the death of both parties. I just want them to come correct. That's all. I want them to treat each other with respect and act like they're actual Americans again instead of this tribal war.
Network states will
Hamas does more administrative work? Of course they do. The Taliban does more administrative work because they are a government.
Yeah, these people are not a government. Yeah, these people are just like sycophantic fucking parasites like that stand around preaching to Fox News and CNN and their little fucking echo chambers about some bullshit about some fucking immigrants or the border and woke. That's it. It's just, and then, and the Democrats are like, I don't know what to do. I haven't heard the Democrats even speak really in a while. I haven't heard them make a statement. I think they're pissed today. They're pissed today because of the education system and what Elon's doing. They're fucking pissed. They consider it to be a coup d'etat. So they're pissed today, and we finally saw the Democrats actually speak today in a picket line, like they're the public, Because that's about how much power that they've got compared to the Republicans right now. They're basically the public. They can't do anything. They can't stop them. They can't stop Elon from strolling up in some office and throwing some bomb and terrifying the shit out of the country. They can't stop them from doing that. They have no power. So, what, I mean, I don't know. I just pray that they suddenly get along and they don't start some civil war. That's all. I don't expect anything from them.
Government, and think that that everything the government does is bad because they're fucking stupid. Okay,
yeah, they're like
stupid.
really bad. They're
dumb.
like actually dumb.
They literally believe the lies that they tell people.
They're more worried about Botox and their skin and that camera and those lies they're gonna tell and the teleprompter and the bullshit and their pomp and circumstance and all of their bullshit. They don't really care to lead the country, and so and he's sick of it. So am I.
Which probably makes them a more competent liar, especially if you believe your own lies. Then yeah, you'll be a better liar overall.
Yeah, you'll be better at lies.
They're stupid at the end of the day.
Yeah, but they're
for
still
believing
stupid
in this fucking lie.
Yeah, like
you think the government creates bureaucracy because it's a nanny state communist propaganda tool or something? No, they have to.
They have
you
to.
You fucking idiot. Yeah. It's so annoying that these guys would just be like, nah, you don't understand, dude. If left to my own devices, I would...
Now, so government is a bunch of shifting foundations based on laws and rules and the pecking order. Or rank and file would be a better way to say it. Rank and file. And so if one dude like Trump wants to get something done, he can't go throw bombs like this. They have to office space. They've got to send memos to 4,500 fucking government entities every time they want to do anything at all. It's disgusting and we hate it, and the Republicans want to skip the red tape. But the problem is those things are there for a reason. Every last boss syncs up and they all get in tune and they're like, all right, we're ready to make a governmental change and all this stuff, and all of their departments meet in their committees and they make sure that whatever fundamental change happens. They have to make sure that they work well with each other. Is the IRS okay with it? Is everybody represented? Is the public taken care of? All this other stuff. It's not this come in a single day, let Elon destroy the Department of Education and send ICE to go raid the fucking Venezuelans or whatever. And and that was in 5 days. But understand that means you have to, the INS has to be involved there. The authority that busts them has to be involved there. They've got to talk to each other. Trump's got to be there. The government itself, the Congress has to usually decide if it's going to be okay. And I realize it sounds weak that we've grown so weak that our systems are like this, but that's what government is. They all have to agree. They all have to raise their hands and say, okay, so here's what we'll do to make sure that this person has what they need and this person has what they need and when we're all synced up, we'll be able to we'll be able to get something done. And but I mean, just throwing a bomb and being like, the Department of Education system is gone, goodbye, the IRS is gone, goodbye, or whatever, and that's insane. Suddenly, if one government hand suddenly dies and goes tits up, 4 other governmental identities are guaranteed to go tits up too until they're remedied. And that's the problem. This is why we don't move fast with bureaucracy and stuff, because they're not ready. If you rush them, their system gets messed up and then they don't get anything done at all. They hit some fucking snag and they're like, well, I can't close the IRS because I can't get the security to go watch over the guy's shoulder as he dumps the financial records into the government's data banks and all this stuff, and they can't do that because Trump let the CIA go or whatever. The CIA was the people that usually did the handshaking between the protection and the implementation and the administration, and so then the CIA's got to go do that. But I mean, Trump disbanded them, so, and that's good. I mean, it's good that of all these ones that should be gone, it should be the CIA. But I mean, like, it sucks though. The CIA sometimes does serve a fucking a fucking INS or FBI or a governmental purpose, and they serve at the pleasure of the president. So if they are suddenly gone, 5 or 10 other entities just grind to a fucking halt. That is not how governmental systems work. You can't just go off with your head and be like, we don't have the CIA anymore, or we don't have the we don't have the IRS anymore, or we don't have you just can't do that, because there's so many fucking foundations built on those systems. You've got to walk your way back down the pyramid that is the MLM scam that is the government. You can't just go say, you can't just say, these, like, whatever. I don't even know. I made my examples.
Create this incredible libertarian utopia.
I'm arguing. I hate bureaucracy. You understand? I don't even want it there, honestly. That's the other truth of this. But I understand how important it is when you have like 240,000 people working together to run a government. The bureaucracy is there for a fucking reason. The 240,000 people couldn't possibly all move at once. It's just, especially when you make sweeping, like fascist fucking like changes, like and go in there not like a surgeon, but like a kid with a fucking firecracker, and it blows shit up, and it's fucking dumb. It grinds the government to the fucking halt, and it doesn't serve the fucking public as usual. That's the main reason they do this. It doesn't serve the public when the government is doing stuff like this, and that's why they do this. I mean, I don't know.
Build the fucking roads for commerce, dumbass. I know your ass ain't building it. You're an agoraphobic autist. How are you going to build the fucking roads? You think you're going to be able to enslave people to do it? No, you're not.
No,
it's
you're not
happening.
No.
Yeah, they'll just keep saying you have violated the non-aggression principle.
You violated the non-aggression
principle. Will be a
principle.
network state. The next America will be on-chain. The stated goal of Praxis is to build a corporate government with a global
Praxis?
footprint. It will have territories all
my
over the world.
God.
Crypto will be its currency. The modern global system, once the greatest power in the history of man, has become a brittle, jerry-rigged contraption incapable of carrying out the most basic functions. As these governing institutions continue to degrade, people will come to realize that no one is truly on their side. As nation-states falter, network states become inevitable. I should mention that Pronomus Capital is funding the creation of...
If you don't believe in meritocracy, then you have to admit your success in Twitch is all luck and no skill. I disagree with you on a lot of things, but even I don't believe that about you. If you think luck did not play a ginormous factor in me being born into a family, having an uncle that was already in, media to a certain degree, in a small business, but still, and in a startup, but still, regardless, if you think that that does not play a formative role in where I arrived at, I don't know what to tell you. Of course luck played a major factor. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many competent, charismatic, brilliant fucking people start Twitch channels? How many of them make it? How many of them get to this level?
Almost none.
Of course luck plays a major role. That is my point. I say this all the time about myself.
Yep. All the time I think, oh my God, 15 subs. It doesn't even matter if it dwindles back down to 1. If I can reach 15 subs, I'm still better than 99% of the fucking streamers on Twitch. Most, like 99% of them. And I know this because Devin Nash talked about it. He runs Novo, the #1 fucking marketing firm for streamers and shit. And like fucking, or I don't know if it's the #1 anymore, but it was back then. And they know for a fact that like 99% of the streamers that make it, and I watched a whole bunch of videos about this, about how like you should technically try just so you took the shot, but understand that 99% of the people don't make it doing this. And I don't know, and I'm sure I spent like the first year and a half of my career just killing my career. I guarantee it. Screaming about OBS, playing with Rust kids as they jack off, doing, fucking, Just like, just jack off and fucking harass me and stuff, and just like doing stupid shit and screaming and stuff like that. And I'm sure I spent like the first year and a half killing my career and stuff. But it doesn't matter if you have the charisma, if you can do there, if you can sit there and if you can do it, and it doesn't matter, and you're comfortable in your own skin, and you don't worry about what they think, and you're producing every day, and the stuff that you do, you like. Sometimes you put on your own stuff, and you're like, oh my God, I love my own stuff, and you realize that you are creating art, even if it doesn't mean anything to anyone else, it means something to you. And that's the difference. Like I don't know, like luck is one thing. But I mean, also it's the personality, and for you to stand out in front of thousands of people. For me it's now at like hundreds of thousands, I think, because there's been like traffic of like 128 or something like that through my Twitch, and then something like fucking like 28K to my YouTube or something like that. Now nobody ever, well, not nobody, but a lot of them do like sub and follow, but I mean, like, but nobody does, because they see that I'm not like very what's the word, like invested in their experience. I'm invested in my experience, which is fucking annoying. I want their experience to be my experience, so I don't really want to poison by interaction that much, because it's just like, I know what'll happen. I'll end up fighting with them like he does. We're crazy. He's crazy. I'm crazy. We're crazy. We're crazy. We're the extreme left. We're the extreme left. We're not like, we're not necessarily like Democracy Now, but we're like something different. We're like weird techno files that have been converted to media symbols or whatever. And he's got a lot more success than me, but like, and luck does have a part of it, but no, the personality is 90, the other 99%. And so yeah, like, no, and Devin Nash was like, honestly, if you get above 5 subs, that's better than 99% of all of the history of Twitch. Believe it or not, there is so many hundreds of, like, I think it's hundreds of millions of people who have tried to be a Twitch streamer. It's actually kind of insane. And like only maybe 2,000 of them make it or something like that. And it was like that too. I'm not exaggerating the numbers. Like, that's what I recall, like, Devin Nash saying. And he's like, so if you're one of the ones that actually is getting like 5 to 10 or 15, even 50 subs, 100 subs, especially if you reach like 100 subs and you start getting like steady viewership every single fucking day, you might be one of the 2,000, because it's very, very, very rare for anybody to give subs to people that they don't know, that they don't like, and in order for you to earn their trust, for them to do that for you, you have to work for a very long time, supplying a very, very consistent amount of work. And I was like, okay, you laid out my fucking path for me. Okay, that's what I'll do. And that's what I did. And so now, like, I look at like 13 subs stuff, starting to make like thousands of dollars and stuff. And I'm like, okay, if that's how that's going to be, then, okay. But I mean, like, it's nice to be better than, it's nice to be in the 1% or whatever in one thing, which is kind of cool, which is that, like, if you can get fucking 5 subs, you're probably better than like 99% of the people on Twitch. Now, there is there is a bunch of people on Twitch that are making a living. There is a bunch, but the average skews down suddenly very quickly when you add in the 100 million who tried and didn't even get one. You know what I'm saying? And so on average, I've done better. I've done better than 99% of them on average. Most of them never reach 5.
You can have
and thank God I watched Devin Nash, because he was like, here's a secret. You're going to want to give up when you reach 15 subs and it starts to dwindle or whatever. You realize that you might not make it or whatever. And this is like this defining moment where you give up and you go back to your old job, or you just stop doing it, stop stressing yourself about it, or giving yourself a bald spot, go balding or whatever, right? But that's when you get small interest, that's when you got to keep going and being very, 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 very consistent. You don't have to do it every time, every day. It's okay to take breaks and all this stuff, but expect it to be like this, like, endless job that never really ends and all this. And I did so. But and luck is part of it, but no, you can bully your way into the scene. It's possible to do anywhere. You just actually have to have charisma. You actually have to entertain them. And you probably can't really have a filter. I don't think, like, not really. You just say whatever the fuck's on your goddamn mind. I don't think it matters. What matters mind? What minds matters not? You know, whatever it is. I forget the quote.
All of the affluent beginnings in the world and still fuck it up, and plenty do. Okay, plenty do. So yes, hard work still plays a major role. You've said before you paved it on your own.
No, hard work plays the major role. 99% of it is the hard work. The other percent is the 1% luck. Yeah, if you don't have that luck, then you don't. I think I was very lucky to have my Rust clan, which brought me interest at the start. I think even having the trolls was sort of lucky in a way, because it did get me like thousands of follows that I wouldn't have normally got, that Twitch was just not, like, too lazy to ban or whatever it is. I think when people saw follows, they saw something there that, you know, but I mean, I built like 300 follows on Kick one time in the space of like 5 weeks, and I knew at that point that the people would watch. If you can just go to some new platform and pull 300 follows out of your fucking ass in like 5 weeks, and I wasn't even on that much on Kick, you know what I'm saying? But they liked it. The Kick people liked me immediately, because they probably like people with less with filters. You know, they're there for people who don't have filters and shit. I think some of the Twitch people, they want filters, but no, I think the Kick people want people like me that don't have filters, and I probably would do a lot better there. I think about it sometimes, but I'm also like, no, I'm not quitting my YouTube career to go to Kick. And the only reason I would sit on Kick is because probably it's easier to build an audience there for somebody like me. But the other reason is I can probably play music and television and video in films and stuff that I want to watch. And so so I think about that, going to Kick sometimes, but no, that kills the history. It kills the YouTube history if I go to Kick, because I'll immediately start doing DMCA stuff. I think about this all the time. Like, there's a lot of fucking competition out there. But if you're just true to yourself, and you do get the 1% luck, like I was lucky to get my Rust clan, I was lucky to understand how important it was to do what my dream was, which was like multi-variety streaming of different games at the same time, you know what I'm saying? And I might not always be playing the game, but I've got 4 games running, and they're ticking up passive income right now, and they're like, you know, and I'm gambling, and I'm having fun, I'm looking like a pimp tycoon on all of these motherfucking games. And oh, someone's here. Someone is here. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it is intense. Okay. Well, okay. I'm gonna get in the center, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna go like that, and I'm gonna go. Oh God. And now we cut around for a little while. Oh, roll. Oh, that hurt. Yep. That hurt, yep. Ah, run. Annoying. This guy's beating my ass. I can't do this in melee solo. I'm not going to die to you. Fucking annoying, Joe. Oop. Let's call it an impasse. This guy's 38. Fucking what the fuck? Dick. Thank you. I don't want to fight somebody 8 levels higher. I'll stand aside this bush where it's like harder to see me, maybe. Like right here. Alright. I'm not dying to him, I'll tell you that. 8 levels higher? Nope. Dishonor.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. In a complex interview, you actually got clip chimped by a dude who has never stopped being jealous. Why would I say this right now if I genuinely believe like I did everything on my own with no help from anybody whatsoever and that luck was not a significant factor? Why wouldn't I just keep saying I paved it on my own over and over again, you dumb fuck? You're arguing with what I'm saying right now. You're arguing with what I'm saying right now because of your own personal misunderstanding, okay? When this is something that I have repeated a million times over. He is saying it now too, that's why people are bringing it up. I know, Ethan is so fucking invested in trying to cry about how I'm responsible for him stubbing his toe all the way to like losing partnerships and stuff like that, even though I've played zero role in this, and would love to wash my hands of all of this in its entirety, because I think it's a sad state of affairs for him, more so than it is for me, that he has decided to just go down the fucking, he's decided to go down the Destiny pipeline so hard that he's rehashing old shit that he used to cry about. Destiny used to. It is crazy. And yes, you even give credit to Divorcelli for your career like it's insane. Yes, in the beginning, I did. Except he is such a monstrous person that, yeah, it got embarrassing to admit after a while. But that's, again, his own fault. Wait, what? It was really sad, backed up by an Ethan lie about Dr. Pepper being BDS? Yeah. It's so sad, man. Please, stop trying to drag me into this shit, okay? I wish Ethan Klein all of the peace and prosperity in the world. I really do. I wish this upon all of the people that are naysayers that say I'm a bad person, I'm the biggest evil villain of all time, okay? Because I feel like if they were to become, happier people, they probably would be, not up my ass all the fucking time. You need to talk about it? What's wrong, bro? Does it feel like I need to talk about it? So pressed. Yeah, you're right. It's really getting to me. Yes. If you keep repeating it in the chat over and over again, maybe you can clip it and then put it on Reddit and be like, oh man, we really got him. Do I seem pressed? I don't understand. Anyway, Getting back to this video.
And other network states, many of which are further along than Praxis. Some examples are Prospera in Honduras, Afropolitan, Tana, and small farm cities in Africa, Metropolis in Palau, and I think Young Drunk City is planned for South Asia. On Pronomis' website, they claim decades of research on economic development has shown that the primary determinant of prosperity is the quality.
The only reason you speak about this stuff is because people bring it up, acting as you bring it up on your own. I know, people bring it up, and it's not even fans. Like, people bring it up, and then I reply to it, and then other dumbasses in my community go, no, you do actually sound kind of Prez. Like, it's an entirely one-sided beef, okay? And if you keep escalating it because you can't comprehend anything other than drama online, then I don't know what to tell you, you know? Anyway, let's get back to these fucking tech feudal overlords. I can't believe a conversation about the myth of meritocracy and something that I repeat regularly in terms of the unimaginable privilege that I have had and the unimaginable luck that I have had to be able to get to this point led to an entirely stupid sidestep here. Okay. I'm going to start banning people that also are just saying, just get to commentating, lol, because you're being almost as annoying as the dumbass gray names that come in here specifically to chirp.
Of a country's laws and the integrity of its courts, administrators, and other legal institutions. When institutions are outmoded, corrupted, or failing, the result is untold human suffering. Yet upgrading national institutions is notoriously difficult. Our solution? Build the cities of tomorrow. Right now, they are creating cloud communities, virtual nations. Once they have access to land, they will get their citizens to migrate to that city. Have a look at the pledge that you sign when you join Praxis, which you can join right now, by the way. Pronomis isn't actually Peter Thiel's first flirtation with exiting democracy either. In 2009, he funded the Seasteading Institute.
I want to say some things on why I think seasteading is not just possible or desirable, but why it is actually necessary.
The Seasteading Institute envisioned building these floating cities in the ocean outside of government's jurisdiction where billionaires could live and create as they saw fit. This idea kind of ran out of steam because nobody wants to live at sea, especially not billionaires, which means they need land. But how do we get from a nation state to a network state?
And this is actually related to a fundamental concept in political science, the concept of voice versus exit. If a company or a country is in decline, you can try voice or you can try exit. Voice is basically changing the system from within, whereas exit is leaving to create a new system, a new startup, or to join a competitor sometimes.
There's another way that Balaji also talks about how this could possibly happen. He calls it tech Zionism.
Right. You know, what I'm really calling for is something like tech Zionism, a movement supported by a global network to take back territory in the city, floor by floor, street by street, block by block.
It's literally, it is BioShock. If you didn't understand the lessons of BioShock.
Policeman by policeman, where you have a foothold of private property, and you have membership in private property. You also issue t-shirts. The tribal lens is like a virtual reality filter. Every single thing can be tagged as gray or blue in the city. I mean, like literally. So gray is the future, red is the past, blue is the present. So blue stands against both the past and the future. They're against both the self-driving cars, and they don't want to go back to the 50s. They prefer OnlyFans, Me Too, BLM, Ukraine. The hard part is to take control of the streets. How can you fence off a street and make clear that it's under gray control? Take total control of your neighborhood, push out all blues, tell them they're as unwelcome as just as blues ethnically cleanse me out of San Francisco. Like, push out all blues, who has lost some territory in the cloud. They still control the land. Once gray starts taking back control of the land, that they're really going to howl. As they start losing, they're going to whistle for backup from California and eventually DC. Okay? They're going to try to get executive orders or things like that, which means you're going to need to have sympathizers at the level of California and DC who will side with you enough to block those actions, number one. And or number two, you actually get to the level of a sanctuary city and say, I dare you.
Keep in mind, actions like this are already being attempted in places like Solano County, where they're trying to build California forever, or the actions that Gary Tan is taking in San Francisco. But the people in these areas are putting up a fight, and it's costly, and it's slowing everything down. Fortunately, Trump is talking about something called freedom cities, the creation of new cities on federal land.
Almost 1/3 of the landmass of the United States is owned by the federal government, with just a very, very small portion of that land, just a fraction, 1/2 of 1%. Would you believe that? We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination.
I wonder where he got that idea. This is where J.D. Vance comes in. J.D. Vance is seen as a mild-mannered, well-spoken success story. A populist who was born into tough circumstances in Appalachia, but managed to pull himself up by his bootstraps, graduate from Yale Law, become a best-selling author, become a tech venture capitalist, only to give all of that up for public service.
Yeah, he just brown nosed his way up to the top, sucking up the liberals and then most importantly Peter Thiel.
When he was officially tapped on the shoulder for
Giving Peter Thiel a massive foothold into the
Thiel.
Trump administration.
Peter Thiel.
the vice president,
Peter Thiel.
many of his former colleagues celebrated. Elon Musk, David Sachs, Mark Andreessen, and Balaji all tweeted their congratulations. After all, it was a strange choice,
Theo.
Donald Trump, especially compared to Mike Pence. But when it comes to JD Vance, a lot of people make strange choices. Peter Thiel invested $15 million in his campaign to become senator, the largest single donation to a Senate campaign in history. JD Vance is an extension of Peter Thiel. That doesn't mean that he is beholden to him, but it does mean that Peter Thiel has had such a huge influence on JD Vance's life that you cannot understand him without first understanding who Peter Thiel is.
I'm Peter Thiel. I build companies and I support people who are building new things.
I would say Peter Thiel is the most honest representation of what Silicon Valley is today. Worth up to $9 billion, extremely well connected. He started off as a member of the PayPal mafia, the guys who invented PayPal, and they originally intended for that to be a libertarian alternative to the US dollar. When it wasn't that and they sold out, he used the money that he made from PayPal to invest in other companies, including being the first outside investor in Facebook. And today he has invested in a huge portion of the tech industry, including companies like Sam Altman's OpenAI. He's also a big deal in the tech defense sector. He owns Palantir, which is a surveillance software that is basically omnipresent in the US government.
Did you guys see that Palantir guy with the kooky hair be like, we kill people all around the world. We're murderers. We love doing murder on a quarterly earnings meeting? It was insane.
It's used by the CIA, FBI, ICE, Homeland Security.
Quarterly earnings meeting. Murder. No, it's say it again.
US government.
Did you guys see that Palantir guy with the kooky hair?
Palantir.
Be like, we kill people all around the world.
The sheep tremble, and here comes the votes.
We're murderers. We love doing murder on a quarterly earnings meeting. It was insane.
It's used by the CIA, FBI, ICE, Homeland Security, various police forces. Palantir is also used by private companies such as Cambridge Analytica. In 2009,
Alex, as always, we have a lot of individual investors on the line. Is there anything you'd like to say before we end the call?
This is what he said to his retail shareholders.
Oh, good. He's going to show it.
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am. Let's not talk to analysts about the burden of being right, our burdens of investing in ontology, our burdens of actually looking at the math, the burden of reading what the Rule of 40 is, the burden of being honest about what an enterprise software company is, or the burden of explaining to your friends that you're really happy. Maybe we should just stop talking about it. I'm very happy to have you along for the journey, and you are partners for us. Every Palantirian, we are crushing it.
Palantirian.
Everyone else who's listening, we are dedicating our company. We have dedicated our company to the service of the West and the United States of America, and we're super proud of the role we play, especially in places we can't talk about. And we love our success in the U.S. and globally. Also, you know, we are doing in the United Kingdom and many other places. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare our enemies and on occasion kill them. And we hope you're in favor of that. We hope you're enjoying being a partner, and we're really happy and very, very focused on what we're doing. Thank you for your time.
Let's start one of.
Go back.
Visual invest.
I need to use a bank, but I thought there would be a bank in this town. I'm slowly realizing that there's not a bank in the town. It took me a minute to sort of comprehend it. I'm like, why am I not be able to find a bank in this town? Because it's like a tiny town and it doesn't have a bank. So we're gonna go out. Go.
Investors on the line. Is there anything you'd like to say before we end the call?
This is what he said to his retail shareholders.
As much of our success in the U.S. and globally, also.
Evil policy, right? They used to hide the more nefarious things that they did.
They don't
now
do that anymore.
They use it as a marketing technique where they're like, no, we are really fucking bad. We're awful pieces of shit. We love murder. We're doing murder all the time. We are evil people who like doing bad things. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, Google also dropped its pledge not to use AI for weapons and stuff.
Yeah, I'm done calling them the deep state. I think it's just a bunch of shitty humans all up to a bunch of shitty criminal things.
Surveillance.
I don't think they're organized. I don't think they have a deep state. I think they're just really criminally bad, like billionaires.
Tech Giant says updated its ethics.
That might be a blessing in some ways that they aren't really that, like organized. It might be easier to take them down.
Policy that will use AI in
bigger they come, harder they fall.
law and human rights.
Teal wrote a manifesto called The Education of a Libertarian. In this manifesto, he disavows electoral politics and democracy because he doesn't trust the people with big decisions, and he's come to believe that democracy and freedom are inherently incompatible. Over time, he has talked extensively about finding areas where great men can make choices as they see fit, unbridled by the law. Teal gave the Trump campaign $1.25 million.
What was he meaning? Kill people or kill their competitive business? I don't know what Palantir is. Palantir is surveillance technology. So yes, he means literally kill people. When he says kill people, he means actually murder,
kill
like
people.
End organic life.
This one I want to share as well. But I don't think I can dig that one
Trump
up.
represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
It's just insane. Proof that Palantir is just basically this Satan corp.
He points toward a new Republican Party. He points even beyond the remaking of one party to a new American politics.
And in return, he got an office in the Trump Tower where he had the president's ear and suggested candidates for his administration. Some of his selections didn't make a cut, like Balaji, but some did. Michael Kratsios was put in as the Chief Technology Officer of the United States of America, a position I did not know existed, and Michael Anton was put on the National Security Council.
Oh, look, I got 103 Council Diplo shuttles. Yeah, we gonna sell some shuttles. Yes, we are. Look, there's none on the market, I don't think. Yeah, we gonna sell some shuttles. But I'm gonna raise the average, bitch. You're gonna pay for these. Yep. Oh, look, it's 400 mil worth, but if I get 10 mil for all 100 of them, it's you know, if I get 10 mil for all 100 of them, which is what, yeah, every 10, every 10 is 100 mil or whatever. So yeah, it's like, you know, it works out pretty well. I make my money.
Anton wrote a very concerning essay called The Flight 93 Election, which I have linked below, and it is very enlightening about who Peter Thiel thinks belongs on the National Security Council. And remember Curtis Yarvin, who we were talking about before? He is often referred to as Thiel's in-house philosopher. Thiel has not only invested in a number of Yarvin's businesses, but he keeps Yarvin in his inner circle. Yarvin watched the 2016 election from Peter Thiel's house, where they celebrated with champagne at Thiel's successful investment.
I'm going to pause, and I'm going to make my dinner. I will be right back. Turn the heater off here. My back. Run the heating pad again, maybe. 3 sausages, 2 pickles. Getting some ketchup and mustard. 3 sausages, 2 pickles.
In the Trump campaign.
Oh, she's hot. My liberal sweetheart. I love you so much.
And while Peter Thiel may not be as explicit
Whoever
in his
you
beliefs as
are.
someone like Balaji or Elon or even Mark Andreessen, Yavin assured Milo Yiannopoulos over email that Peter Thiel was fully enlightened, just plays it very carefully. People in the New Right circles refer to Yavin as Lord Yavin or the Prophet. This isn't someone on the fringe of the movement. This is someone who is respected. Just like Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance is an avid reader and friend of Curtis Yarvin.
There's this guy Curtis Yarvin who's written about some of these things.
Vance not only name checks Curtis Yarvin, but he often uses his languages and repeats his ideas.
You actually popularized the term red pill in the political context, is that right?
Yeah, that's actually true.
Is this concept of red pilling.
Yarvin writes a lot of strange things, but one thing I'm particularly interested in is the blueprint he wrote for Donald Trump. It's called The Butterfly Revolution. It's quite radical and another thing that would be easy to dismiss, but here's a clip of Yarvin talking about why he thinks it would be successful today.
Americans of 2024 are incredibly frivolous, incredibly ironic. It is the most ironic society in history. Like, imagine people trying to cope with a film like The Matrix or Inception in like 1960. Total frame breaking of this kind in some ways is actually easier than the sort of incremental political logic that people have employed in the past. They can sort of more easily imagine, oh man, it's all the Truman Show. In fact, they mostly already believe that it's all the Truman Show. They just don't understand the implications of that.
Something I find concerning is the many ways that the Butterfly Revolution perfectly aligns with Project 2025. Not a huge amount of the tech bros in Silicon Valley are religious, but that doesn't really stop these kinds of groups working together. Definitionally, both of these movements are fascistic. Fascism has never been a fully coherent ideology. That's one of the things that gives fascism its strength, its ability to bring together groups from different movements, all of whom see fascism as a viable mechanism to achieving their own program. And that's why some people say that fascism is always hyphenated. So it's always going to be tech fascism and Christian fascism, but these people can work together, and they do.
One of the things that evangelicals and libertarians should agree on is that the political order is not divinely ordained.
Amen.
Project 2025 has similar stated goals to the tech industry. In particular, the dismantling of the administrative state and the return of self-governance to the people. Project 2025 is made up of 4 pillars, and Pillar 4 is the playbook. It is a transparent eyes only. It will be rolled out upon the president's utterance of "So help me God." We don't know what's in this playbook, but given the alignment of talking points, key figures being involved in both, it wouldn't surprise me if it was similar to the Butterfly Revolution. And I think that's worth investigating. The Butterfly Revolution. Step 1. Campaign on autocracy.
He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, no, other than day one.
Yarvin says that Donald Trump should run on his autocratic ambition, but he should frame it as destroying an inefficient and unworkable system.
If we are in a late Republican period, if we're going to push back against it, we have to get pretty wild, pretty far out there, and go in directions that a lot of conservatives right now are uncomfortable with.
We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Step 2. Purge the bureaucracy. Curtis Yarvin refers to this as RAGE.
RAGE stands for retire all government employees.
And he has clearly influenced some very...
This is giving Blue on vibes? No. I mean, the success of it will be determined by how competent these dipshits are. But the notion that, like, tech feudalism isn't already happening is silly. It already is. It's not Blue on at all. Like, Blue on would be like, oh, Russia is having gay sex with Donald Trump. Not incredibly wealthy billionaire tech CEOs are actively aligning with right-wing government with the open interest of undermining every regulatory agency. That is literally happening. Unless you haven't been keeping up with the news for the past, 3 weeks since Donald Trump took control over the government.
Important people.
I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state.
And we know that Donald Trump would be open to rage because it sounds a lot like Schedule F, an executive order issued by Donald Trump in October of 2020. Schedule F would have essentially stripped protections from civil servants who didn't show enough loyalty to the president of the day, which is why Joe Biden rescinded this order the second he came into office in January of 2021. But Trump has said he plans to reinstate it.
First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats and I will wield that
rogue
power very
bureaucrats.
aggressively.
But how could you accomplish that so quickly? I mean, you need civil servants. Don't worry, Project 2025 is already on it. Pillar 2 of Project 2025 could be considered MAGA LinkedIn. This platform is designed to pre-screen candidates for their loyalty and streamline the appointments process.
We talk about conservative warriors, but we want people who've been canceled, who've kind of figuratively given blood for the movement.
You can join it right now. Then pair that with Pillar 3, which is an online
It sounds so
education
much like
platform known as
Nazis.
the Presidential Administration Academy, and you have preemptively educated all future employees on what is expected of them from the conservative administration. Step 3. Ignore the courts. According to Yavin, the president should simply state that he believes Madison v. Marbury was decided incorrectly, declare a state of emergency, and that way Supreme Court rulings would be merely advisory.
When the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it.
But thanks to recent Supreme Court decisions, he may not even need to do that.
The High Court has just issued one of its most consequential rulings in recent decades, a decision that not only affects the 2024 race for president following last week's contentious debate, but also the future of the presidency itself.
Trump v. United States has laid the groundwork to ensure that Donald Trump can ignore the court. Now, the president has absolute immunity for core official acts and presumptive immunity for all other official acts, a distinction that has not been clarified by the court, with only a few examples being provided and absolutely no guardrails to stop the misuse of this decision being put in place.
Today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what a president can do, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone.
He didn't seem to have any trouble saying any of that. He had no trouble saying that because he actually cared and felt it. So he didn't stutter. He had no problem talking. You know, I wonder sometimes if the stutter is something that he you know.
Step 4. Co-opt Congress. Yavin suggests that Trump handpick candidates for every single seat.
He was angry.
With the sole criterion being personal loyalty to him. Because you can't have a parliamentary dictatorship if you don't have Congress. And while it seems like a big task, Yavin assures us you only need a couple of $1 billion. I know some people with a few $1 billion. While Peter Thiel may have decided to sit this election cycle out, Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, and Brian Armstrong have not.
We got to get the congressman elected, and we got.
Chuck dies. Thank you for the 25 this does. I mean, that's arguably true. It's just that good people should have taken that stance towards the Supreme Court decades ago, but they got complacent because of the most liberal Warren Court. But yeah, the president should tell the Supreme Court to go fuck itself way more often.
Elected, because we can take the Senate.
Trump didn't tell the Supreme Court to go fuck itself. Trump took over the Supreme Court and then used it to give himself more power, so there's still some semblance of institutional control there. He didn't undermine the Supreme Court. He kept it and is using it to his own, using it to suit his own agenda.
Pretty easily, and I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret.
Our little
we'll
secret.
tell you what it is when the race is over.
Step 5.
We have a
Centralized
secret.
police and government powers.
We have a
In
secret.
this declared state of emergency, Yavin suggests that Trump take direct control over all law enforcement agencies, federalize the National Guard, and effectively create a national police force that absorbs local bodies.
I think that actually the support of the Democratic public is a cipher. I think that actually all you need is command of the police.
This is so that a centralized police state can be created to back the power grab, and I'd say there's no way this could happen if Donald Trump hadn't tried to do it before. We know that he sent the National Guard during the George Floyd protests.
And then I was insistent on having the National Guard go in and do their work. It was like a miracle. Everything stopped.
It was
And
like a
we know that
miracle.
He wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act.
If your state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them.
Now, there are, of course, protections within the law, posse comitatus, to stop a president from doing this, but Donald Trump has found a loophole before. I'm sure he'll find one again, especially in a state of emergency where he has absolute immunity for core official acts. Step 6. Shut down elite media and academic institutions. Yavin has explicitly said that you cannot have a New York Times or a Harvard past April. He has a popular theory that true power in America is held by something he calls the cathedral, a term that should alert you, whenever you hear it, to this kind of thing. The cathedral is made up of elite media and academic institutions that, according to Yavin, set the bounds of acceptable political discourse and distort reality to conform with their ideological beliefs.
So the cathedral is essentially performing the functions that a ministry of truth would perform in a classic Orwellian, environment, and it's performing the functions that a religion would in a classic theocracy.
Therefore, existing media and academic institutions need to be dismantled. Vance has been quite vocal about his disdain for academic institutions, despite graduating from Yale, and often repeats Yarbin's ideas in his own words.
So much of what we want to do in this movement and in this country, I think, are fundamentally dependent on going through a set of very hostile institutions, specifically the universities, which control the knowledge in our society, which control what we call truth and what we call falsity, that provides research that gives credibility to some of the most ridiculous ideas that exist in our country. And so I think if any of us want to do the things that we want to do for our country and for the people who live in it, we have to honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country.
Trump has said that if elected, he will reclaim the universities from the Marxist maniacs and lunatics who currently control them. How will he do this?
When I return to the White House, I will fire the radical left accreditors that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and lunatics. Nations for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges.
In his Agenda 47, Trump has proposed a law to monitor universities for civil rights violations.
I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment.
That means he could essentially put an institution like Harvard out of business overnight. Elon Musk spends a significant portion of his time trying to undermine existing media in favor of his own platform X. Trump has absolutely no problem getting rid of legacy media. He has repeatedly talked about the government's licensing of broadcast airwaves and about 15 times threatened to revoke licenses of existing stations.
And it's frankly disgusting the way the press is able to write whatever they want to write. And people should look into it.
Step 7. Turn out your people. Get your people out on the street to show their support for you anytime a government agency tries to obstruct you. Yarbin says it should be like the post-Soviet revolutions. It should be masses of people. It should be joyful. And we know that Donald Trump has no problem in asking people to physically show their support for him.
We're going to walk down.
It'll be like the dissolution of the USSR. That's right. It's just that I don't think it was positive. What? Can you believe the university with tens of billions of dollars in endowments for siphoning off 60% of research award money for overhead? What a ripoff. Last year, $9 billion to the $35 billion of the National Institute of Health granted for research was used for administrative overhead, what is known as indirect costs. Today, the NIH lowered the maximum indirect cost rate. Research institutions can charge the government up to 15%, above what many major foundations allow, much lower than the 60% that some institutions charge the government today. This change will save more than $4 billion a year effective immediately. Today, the NIH director issued a new directive slashing overhead rates to 50%. I want to provide some context on what that means and why it matters. While the NSF and NIH have indeed a mission to fund specific research and innovations via grant making, they do a lot more than that. Their principal role is to support a scientific ecosystem in the United States that includes everything from education and training to infrastructure and communication. To this end, they support the institutions where grantees work by paying facilities and administration's F&A costs to research institutions such as universities. These costs above and beyond our direct amount of the grant and are essential to fund university infrastructure and personnel. These F&A costs, colloquially known as overhead, are typically north of 50%. At the UW, for example, the overhead rate is 55%. That means that if I get federal grants for $1 million of direct research funding, the university receives an additional $550,000 to cover operating expenses and such. Right. Pentagon is doubling the number of media outlets losing their physical workspaces. New York Times is out, Washington Post is out, NBC is out, CNN, Politico, The Hill, The War Zone, NPR. In is the New York Post, Washington Examiner, OAN, Newsmax, Huffington Post, The Free Press, The Daily Caller, and Breitbart. State propaganda, baby. Now, ironically enough, these guys also do pro-State Department propaganda, but just not enough of it. Not enough of it for J.D. Pondon. Barry Weiss's The Free Press, and Tucker Carlson's The Daily Caller. Amazing. Well, maybe this level of access removal will force the hand of a lot of these mainstream institutions into actually doing adversarial journalism. They do pro-State Department propaganda, but they don't do pro-Trump propaganda. So they're gone. Or maybe they'll just capitulate further, who knows, and beg on their hands and knees for a seat at the table so they can get that sweet access once again. Other schools may have an even higher overhead rate. Harvard is around 69%. This new order slashes that percentage to a maximum of 15%. This means cutting one of the most important sources of university funding nationwide by 75% or more. The policy does not affect funding going forward. All existing NIH grants will have their indirect rates cut by 15% as of today, the date of issuance. For a large university, this creates a sudden and catastrophic shortfall of hundreds of millions of dollars against already budgeted funds. This order did not come out of nowhere. It was a core component of Lindsey Burke's Department of Education chapter and Project 2025 report. Private foundations typically pay 10 to 15% overhead rates, and the logic of this comparison is made explicitly in today's supplemental guidance from the NIH. It is difficult to overstate what a catastrophe this will be for the U.S. research and education systems, particularly in biomedical fields. It is deliberate and wanton devastation entirely out of scale with any concern about DI activities on campuses. The goal is to destroy U.S. universities. Indirect rates are not determined by the NIH, says Jeremy Berg. Instead, they are the product of elaborate negotiations between each institution and the cognizant federal agency. I mean, NIH funding, NIH grants is one of the only things that has kept America being somewhat dominant in the field of novel chemical compound discovery. Even though we do spend a lot more money and create a lot less or innovate a lot less per capita in comparison to other European nations. Not entirely sure about China, but a lot of Trump's initiatives always feel like genuinely hurting America, like more than anything else.
To the Capitol, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength.
Once this butterfly revolution has taken place and the presidency looks more like a CEO or a king, the court of tech geniuses will have a much more realistic shot at getting what they want. One thing I can tell you about these Silicon Valley tech bros is that they are long-term thinkers. They are planning for years and years and years into the future. In case you needed more evidence that Silicon Valley and Project 2025 are in bed together, there is this strange tech conference called Reboot. And in September, at the last Reboot conference, which is all about creating a new reality, there was a special secret guest speaker. That secret guest speaker ended up being Kevin Roberts, who gave a speech titled Tech and the American Republic. The point of trying to put Vance in the VP position wasn't just to have him one heartbeat away from an old and ailing president. It was to introduce him to the world as the new blueprint of the Republican Party, to provide a strong option for a post-MAGA Republican Party, a party that will co-opt the government to destroy the country in order to allow self-described great men to install themselves as mini kings.
Do you think that America will be balkanized soon? No, I don't think so. I think the power of the state is, especially if you can take it over this way, is far too valuable. Thank you, Kaya, for reacting to my video. Yeah, that was a great video. It was not lived up. I don't like this demonization of Silicon Valley. There are many common folks like me working for these billionaires in the tech sector, and this is nothing like reality down here. Good luck, chatter.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you my most played video games. As somebody who reviews games just generally, but also after 100%, I tend to spend a lot of time with a lot of titles, but it's actually probably worth mentioning that it really is a lot of titles. Much of my playtime is split between a ton of different games, and most games, even longer ones, are gonna run you like 50 to 100 hours to 100%. There are exceptions, obviously, and we'll get into those, at least as far as this channel is concerned, but I personally don't tend to spend, like thousands of hours with a single game. And And yet, in spite of that, there are games that I have spent much more than the required amount of time on, and if you've watched the channel pretty much at all, I'm sure you could guess a handful of them at the very least, which is why I expanded this list to 10, because I think some of the bottom ones here are more interesting generally, just to know how much I have played them. But either way, I wanted to make this video because somebody had mentioned it in a comment more or less not all that long ago, and it's not something that I had looked at personally in quite some time, and I thought maybe people would find that interesting, given that most of what I do is play video games all day. With that in mind though, before we jump into this fully, there's a couple of games worth mentioning that I frankly have no idea how long I have played for, but I know it's a lot, and because I have no way of really verifying the hours on it, I'm just not going to include them. This includes things like Diablo 2, Oblivion, and basically any MMO style game. This is more about the single player games that I've covered here on the channel. So Diablo 2 I played a ton in middle school. It was really important to me at the time, but I couldn't even begin to estimate hours on that, which is a not dissimilar case for Oblivion, which I played, throughout high school really. But that was before I was on Steam and, hours were being tracked. I've bought Oblivion on Steam since then, but collectively, no idea. But with those exceptions out of the way, let's dive into it and talk about this first. So coming in at number 10, we've got Tactics Ogre Reborn. This is a remake of a very influential SRPG, or TRPG as I prefer to call them, that really set a lot of standards for that genre alongside a couple of other games from way back when. Tactics Ogre Reborn, however, is a more recent remake of that, and a pretty good way to experience a classic, though pretty much most of my time with this game can be attributed to an optional dungeon called Palace of the Dead, which is a gigantic dungeon that will take you quite some time to clear, so much of my 180 hours with this one is down to the Palace of the Dead. Which brings us to number 9. So number 9 is actually Red Dead Redemption 2, coming in at 234 hours, give or take. So Red Dead here is actually one of my original reviews on the channel. Most people don't even know I have reviewed it because that review is so old. And as a result, to be honest, probably not very good. Like a great many people though, I really enjoyed Red Dead Redemption 2, which is why I played it so much, and by far what took the longest there was tracking down like all the animals so you could study them and skin them, in fact, on top of a whole bunch of other collectibles like getting gold medals and a bunch of the missions, and that's to say nothing of the online stuff, so it was a lot. But it's a really rewarding game to play, so I didn't really mind it too much. Coming in at number 8, however, we then have Fallout 4 with 239 hours. Some of these hours are fairly recent, as I played it a bunch when it launched, with its DLC and everything over the course of that time period, but very recently, back in December actually, I quickly ran through it again to get footage to actually review it, as this was another one of my original reviews that was very, very bad, and I wanted to sort of update and take another swing at it, which went much better this time around, as you might imagine, being almost 10 years later. And as I discuss in that review, there's a lot of things I like about Fallout 4 and a lot of things that I don't think went over very well at all, which frankly we don't have time to get into here, which is why we're moving on to number 7, which is Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader with 249 hours. Now, a lot of that is from the game's original release, of course, but a little more recently, just in the middle of last year in 2024, it got its big Void Shadows DLC, which I played a bunch, alongside its Grim Darkness mode to knock out that stuff, and I imagine it'll actually keep climbing when they release their next DLC, Lex Imperialis, and anything after that. So this is one I would very much so expect to keep going up in the rankings, especially since there's only a single hour that separates it and number 6, which is Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire, coming in at 250 hours. Now, about 80 of those hours are very recent. Back in December, actually, I completed a run of the Ultimate, which is still currently being verified over at Obsidian. They're like 2/3 of the way through it. It's been a bit slow with the lead up to Avowed and then Christmas, because I did it in December, of course. Either way, Deadfire is a tremendous game. It's definitely in my top 10 CRPGs, and I've played quite a few. More than anything, though, I really do love the world of Aora that they set up here, and all the improvements it brings from the original as well. So running back through that again in December before the lead up to Avowed, of course, was something I wanted to do, and as part of the Ultimate, mind you, is a pretty big part of why this game has so many hours for me, at least. But moving from number 6 to number 5, we have a very large jump with The Witcher 3 coming in at 446 hours. I was a very big fan of the Witcher series back before they were cool, but like most people, I was very excited to play The Witcher 3, and it was a tremendous game, and as you can tell, I've played it a lot. But that said, it's a big game, there's a lot to do. My first playthrough of it, like full clearing absolutely everything, was like 100 hours all on its own. And that was before the 2 gigantic expansions, Heart of Stone and Blood and Wine, so I probably don't need to explain to too many people why this took quite as long as it did. But moving into the top 4 here, we start seeing the usual suspects that I imagine most people would have guessed when they clicked on this video from me, starting with Divinity Original Sin 2. I have 491.5 hours in Divinity Original Sin 2. Quite some time ago now, I was basically a Divinity lore channel covering everything there was to know about the Divinity franchise, essentially, and I got started doing that because of jumping into Original Sin 2 and just loving it so much. I was like, I gotta know everything about these games, and that is exactly what I went on to do. In fact, I would go so far as to say that a lot of what I do now, especially in terms of reviews and covering CRPGs and stuff, can very much so be credited to Original Sin 2 here, sort of reigniting that passion in me, as I was pretty fully committed to my salaried sales job at the time. But seriously, I love that game, I love that franchise, which is why I made a million videos about it. Now, given how fond I am of Larian's work, it's probably no surprise then, at number 3, we've got Baldur's Gate 3, at 534.5 hours. I did something like a dozen full playthroughs of this game. I am absolutely positive I am one of the first people outside of Larian Studios to have finished it, and with them adding honor mode and being incredibly receptive to feedback that people offered post-launch, I had a lot of fun running through this game. Though I will say, by the time I got done with all of those playthroughs, I was pretty burnt out on it, and I'm doing better now because I've had a break, but I was definitely pushing myself to the max of like, this is as much of this game that I want to play, really, because absolutely burning through that many hours of a game that quickly after launch, like within a couple of months, mind you, I was ready to just play some other stuff. Looking to the future, though, they're, stress testing right now, patch 8, which is supposed to bring those 12 new subclasses, which I plan on checking out, even if I don't do a full playthrough, mind you. So there's a little more Baldur's Gate 3 left to go in the future, but even if I do play it a bunch more, I doubt I will ever surpass what I've done with our second entry, which is, in fact, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous from Owlcat Games, my most covered game by far. It's probably the one people know me for the best, even if Baldur's Gate 3 was definitely like the peak in terms of like traffic and whatnot to the channel. Wrath of the Righteous is largely what my sort of claim to fame would be, and I have spent about 763.5 hours with the retail version of the game, and then I actually had about another 150 hours in the beta of the game, which was a separate entry in Steam, so to speak, so it was different hours. So collectively, probably more like 900-ish. And that's just not an amount of time you spend with a video game you don't enjoy. And yes, I'm sure there are humorous little jokes you could make about how, oh, this game is terrible, but I can't stop playing it. Sure. Internet jokes aside, you gotta be pretty bought in to play a game for 900 hours. And also cover it pretty much backwards and forwards. There's almost nothing about this game I have not touched or talked about in some form or fashion on the channel. There's even a full live stream of me doing an Iron Man playthrough for a competition even. And while it's certainly not my most watched game that I've covered, I very much so consider like the 5-hour roughly story video that I did for this one after they finished up all the DLC last year to be like sort of my own little magnum opus. That was an insane amount of work. And yet, it's only number 2. So what could possibly be my most played game? Well, probably unsurprisingly to most people, it is in fact Skyrim. You see, Skyrim is an interesting one because if you were to go by a single entry, I've only played it for like 200 to 400 hours, but Skyrim has been released on so many different platforms that collectively, well over 1,000 hours. I don't have the exact number for you, but I've got over 700 hours of it just on Steam alone. In fact, Skyrim was my very first Steam game. I have the original copy of it that I bought, which was a copy of it that forced you to register it to a Steam account in order to play. It was one of the last physical games I bought, and it's the reason I have a Steam account. I mean, I would have had one eventually, I imagine, just looking at the market, mind you, but it was the catalyst for that. And they've since released many different versions. In fact, I own a Nintendo Switch, which mostly my son uses these days, but I actually have Skyrim on that, and I used to bring that to work when I worked third shift to play at work on my lunch breaks, and I did that for literally years. Which, to be honest, isn't really that crazy of a story given how long that game's been out, because while I think Skyrim does face a lot of valid criticisms, I think people also forget that it's a game from 2011, and the fact that it has captured people's interest this long, with no small effort of the modding community, mind you, is a testament to just how great that game really is, and I think any argument to the contrary is honestly probably just trying to be contrarian. Because sure, there are plenty of things I don't like about Skyrim, but to act like that game is anything but a great game is nonsense. Which is, simply put, why I played it so much. But that has been my top 10 most played games, which hopefully you found interesting and enjoyable. I thought it was kind of neat to go back through and look at some of these games that I've played a ton, which is funny because I know some people will play like a single game for thousands and thousands of hours, but for me and what I do, I think any game that I spend more time with than the sort of required amount to get it done is probably noteworthy, because it says that, you know, this game has something I enjoy more than just that experience, and I have to keep playing it afterwards because I want to. And with as many games as I play, games like that that sort of demand my attention, I think are games worth talking about, which is why I focus on them so much. But that is pretty much going to do it for this particular video. I certainly hope you enjoyed it. If you did, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, all that YouTube jazz. This particular video is a little out of the ordinary, but generally I review games. Though regardless of all that, truly, just thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it.
It was boring. Looking for my potions. Yeah, tier 4 potion. Then I think I'm supposed to light feed and acorns. This town, Rune Mound, is full. I might have to go back to the other town if I want to store anything. You know, I don't know if West Nest has a does West Nest have a storage? They should put a storage in every single town. What else? So we get these back on the bar. Okay, we're going out today. My God, it has been, I don't know, 50 hours or something, definitely, or whatever. No, I don't know. Let's go see. Yeah, let's see. 40, 38. So it's been 38 hours, and I'm still only to like the third town. And when you zoom out the map, you start scrolling, you begin to realize that, yeah, I'm really not very far at all. Like, I don't know, I'm just... In terms of, like, the game having content, it's got it, but I don't know if it's going to keep interesting. I wonder what that is. Rift Zone, but what's that thing? Yeah, what are these things? Maybe I should go see what those are. I'm in Rune Mound. They want me to, like, ride out north. Okay. I gotta go back to the cemetery, do it? Okay. So, going out north. I realize now that my pulls are gonna be a bit slower, so maybe the, or, well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I should try the music. Well, I can autopilot most of this. Yeah, it would be, oh, I don't know. Let's see. Or I could autopilot this, I guess. I probably will. Six minutes. Hi guys, I love you. Oh, that sank down a bit. Oh, 31 already. Damn.